Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. My name is Neil Harden. I'm chairing today's panel. With me are Michelle Duncan and Brent McIntyre. The assessor today is Matthew Harling, and the administrative personnel is Fran Picato. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application. We'll limit discussions to those matters. The statements that are made in this hearing are sworn testimony. Anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised the comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by council and is independent of it in the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order to be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the applications of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions the applicant may have, then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 10 on our docket today. Ms. Picato, please affirm the assessor's and applicant's testimony.
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Matthew Harling.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a long agenda today, so let's keep things concise and to the point. The first property on today's agenda is 640 King Edward. So, Mr. Harling, you can begin on that property.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so the file number is 24-4176. The roll number is 0700187000. The address is 640 King Edward Street, and the owner is Computer Plus Limited. The 2025 roll year, based on the reference date of April 1st, 2023, is assessed at $1,169,000. If you look below on page 1 of my brief under the property description information, we'll see this is a one-story building. There's one building on the premise or the site. The actual and effective year built are in 1956. The wall heights are 16 feet. Construction class is masonry bearing walls and is zoned for M2 Manufacturing General. We have a land area of 28,440 square feet with a plan area of 12,342 square feet. This gives us a land to plan area of 2.30. And then we have a total leasable area of 12,325 square feet. Okay, if we turn to page 2 of my brief, we'll see the request for information have been received. You can see here there have been any recent sales. Last prime property sold was in 2003. And we do not on file in our system have anything, any leases in place. Turn to page 3 of my brief. We'll just see the subject property location. So as indicated, this is on 640 King Edward Street. So this is just a Google map just to show where the property is located, just north of, south of Sargent and just north of Ellis. If we turn to page 4, you just get another aerial view just to see the property where it's situated, where the little red dot is on the picture. If we turn to page 5, this is just a parcel outline of the subject, so you can just kind of see the outline of the property from afar. If we turn to page 6, this is just more of a closer image of it, again, just to see the part of the building in itself and then the parking lot. This is continued on page 7, just another photo. And then pages 8, this is just a photo facing the building from King Edward Street. And then you can just see here at the bottom here, this is just another photo facing from the parking lot or facing south of the south side of the building. And then lastly, on page 9 of my brief, you'll just see some street view photos just to show the building how it's situated on King Edward Street. Let's continue on page 10, just some further photos just to show the building in its entirety. And then just on page 11, it's just another closer image photo of the building itself. Okay, so we turn to page 12 of my brief, we'll see the income workup. So you can see here, we classify this as a storage warehouse. The total lease layer is 12,325 square feet. We're applying a model rent of $6.44 a square foot, which gives us a potential rent of $79,373, allowing 4.5% for vacancy, which then gives us an effective gross income of $75,801, around 3% for non-recoverable expenses, as well as $4 a square foot of shortfall, which then gives us a net operating income of $71,308. And then lastly, we're applying an overall model capitalization rate of 6.10%, which then gives us the estimated value of $1,169,000. Turn to page 13 of my brief. These are my rent comparables. So I can see them here. So we have properties located on Century Street, St. Matthews, St. James, Sherwin. So these are all in the same locations, subject being St. James area. Lease start dates range from March 2018 to October 2022. We have 2 to 11-year lease terms. 9,000. The leasable areas range from 9,628 square feet to 21,080 square feet. Wall heights range from 12 to 21 feet. Effective year belts range from 1963 to 1979. And the net rents range from $6, or the rents in place range from net rents in place range from $6 a square foot to $11.47. So I believe the model rent is bracketed by the comparables. Turn to page 14 of my brief. As I indicated, we're applying cap rate of 6.1%. If we look into the city's 20th to 8th percentile for industrial properties, that would fall under the range of cap rates that we apply. And then I believe we'd be also supported by some of the outside sources looking at the cap rates they indicate. Okay, if we turn to page 15, it's just some municipal actors information. If we turn to page 16 of my brief, this is just the income expense matter on file. So they've just shown that they're generating income. It is a gross income. So as they've checked off, so you can see that. This continues on page 17. 18 is just the rent roll or the lease in place. Page 19 is just a further photo. If we turn to page 20 of my brief, this is just a floor plan we had on file of the building. So I have not been in this building, so I don't know the specific layout. I mean, this is just to show the building entirety. It's pretty standard rectangular style shaped building. So, but this is the floor plan we had on file just to give an idea. And then lastly, pages 21, 22, and 23. These are just some vacancy reports just to support the vacancy we applied for the property. So. And that being said, I believe that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. Let's start with, I'm having some small problems today. They upgraded my machine to Windows 11, so nothing's working the way I want it to work.
I completely understand. Yeah, that was a big change.
And I was kind of surprised, so I'm still looking for stuff on it. Okay, page 12. The workup, was this all model generated?
Correct, it was model derived, yes.
And you're using, or not you, but the model is using the designation of a storage warehouse, correct?
Yeah, that's just how we're classifying, correct.
Okay, is it a warehouse?
No, it's used for, as a matter of fact, I think there's fitness experiences in there. So they sell fitness equipment and such. So
it's retail.
More of a retail space, if you will.
Yes. Okay. Would the numbers vary if it were your model had done it on retail rather than industrial?
If anything, I think the rate probably would be higher in all honesty. So it's possible. So, but
sure, but you have supplied the rent, and is it very much from your model?
It is a model derived, as I indicated, yes.
But as the actual rent and like I know you have a problem with these statements, but were you able to work out what the paid rent is?
Yeah, as I believe it's well, they've indicated their the actual rental income they're generating is 130,000. It's a gross income though, so.
And but you're missing a page from the statement, and I don't know if you have it. It's on my page 4.
I'm only seeking what I have in mind. Let me see here if I can page 4. We weren't provided this, so I don't have this information. So, but
okay, no, it was it accompanied the documents because I I made them do it under threat of whatever. But you didn't submit this my evidence page 4, did you? I'm only asking because I'm sympathizing with you if you weren't able to work out the actual paid rent. So you don't know if the paid rent conforms to the model or in any way whatsoever.
no, I would not know in that case, no, because
okay. And the capitalization rate for retail versus warehouse is fairly different, though, isn't it?
Give me a moment here. Yeah, there's some differences based. Oh, actually, well, overall they're fairly. Yeah, there's slight differences in some of the retail ones. Yeah, in the cap rates, so not too far off, but.
And this will be a common theme for today. So, but on your page 14, your industrial parameters are all the same, regardless of the way the market defines them. Is that fair? Because everything is the same at 20th percentile, same 80th percentile. You don't differentiate like the market participants do correct?
It's all the same for the different styles we have, or the different classes. Yeah.
And within the, are you knowledgeable about any of the sales that the model generators looked at for this study?
I don't have the information in terms of the sales reviews.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you know what the typical parameters are for that they look at for in the model? Like we often hear age being one, right?
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't have the exact answer, but it would be a number of factors. It's not just like one thing. So.
Right. That I was just bringing up as an example, so you knew what I was asking you about. And in industrial evaluation, do you know what? Can you tell us what the typical factors are that go to modify the rate?
Are you talking about in terms of just in general, or the model here?
Yeah, in general.
Well, it'll be a number of factors: age, size, location, wall height, all those factors. So
wall height, land area for the
yeah,
trucks.
of course, land to plant area would be another one. Yeah.
Okay.
Ratio, yeah.
Okay, and in terms of wall height, as an example, now you're classifying this as being 16 feet high. Now, on your pictures, just clarify for the board that the city's measurements are outside measurements, correct?
These would be exterior measurements, yeah.
Okay, so if I'm looking at a picture, let's look at page, I'm sounding like Svetlana. I don't want to talk that way. On page 9, the bottom of page 9, there's a side view of it. So you would measure from the ground up to the outside of the rooftop, correct?
Yeah.
So in this case, you can see that there are stairs up front, and it's raised 3 feet at the front. So it's a raised deck, correct? Or you haven't been in there?
No, I have not been in the space. So
okay. Yet, so. All right. So I'll deal with that myself. But it is fair to say that there will be a truss inside to hold up the roof. That'll be a couple of feet thick, right?
Like I said, I haven't seen it, but yes, there would have to be a truss for support. Yes.
So in this case, and I've been in it a lot. If there's 10 feet of useful space, would that compare to the other properties in both in the city's inventory of accessible properties and the model sales. Isn't that kind of on the low side?
I don't have the information in terms of like how it varies. Like I said, I've shown I've shown some comparables here, some smaller wall heights too. So, but yeah, like I said, there's some variations. Yes. So.
Okay, now on your um, sketch here, and I was looking at this on page 20, and the top of the sketch is the south side of the building, correct?
That would be, I believe, correct. Yes.
Okay. Now, do you see about between on the right side about I think these are I can't read the measurements on here. These are what they say, but there are two arrows that stick out from the building. Do you see those? They're marked beside them BDD.
I think I do see them. Yes, I think I see what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And on your overhead pictures, and you've clipped it off. I'm not saying anything, but I think this shows it fairly nicely. Page 8, where that is located. You see your bottom picture on page 8. There's a light colored protrusion on the south side.
I believe I see that. Yeah.
Very close to where 620 is written. So
okay. Yeah. I see that. I see that.
Okay. Were you aware that this shares a furnace with the parcel with the property beside it?
I did not. I was not aware of that. No.
Okay. So, and I'm going back to the statement again. I know that they supplied what I provided on page 4, but there are costs for both 620 and 640 in here, correct?
Yes.
Like I can't ask you about my evidence. Sorry, I would retract that. Sharing a furnace is a bit of a difference, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be different than having your own, I guess. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks a lot.
Okay, Ms. Duncan, any questions of the assessor?
Just a couple. In your rent comparables, is the wall height in there outside measurements as well?
Yeah, these would be exterior wall heights as well. Yeah.
And then Mr. Neufeld's reference to page 4 in the I&E from the folks. How many pages did you get from wherever you got them, from the owner, I guess? Do you have 5 pages or 4 pages? In the evidence, there's 4 pages. So when Mr. Neufeld's asking about the 4th page, and based on the info that must be in it, I don't see it either. Did you get 4 pages or 5 pages?
What we have in files, what I just put in the brief. Typically, I'll put in whatever we have in file. So this is all I have. So I can double check just to make sure, I guess. So if you can give me a moment. But that's all I have at the moment. Yeah, I can verify that, I guess, when I get a chance. But yeah, but.
So you obviously don't have the same evidence that Mr. Neufeld does in regards to the I&E.
I do not have that expense breakdown in my brief. No.
Okay. No other questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess with respect to that other page in the I&E then, if it was provided to the city and it wasn't filed with under 640 King Edward, then I guess we could, it would be fair to say that.
Yeah, I believe there's some shared.
Sorry, I don't. You don't mind if I object to that, because I think that's. I mean, I know you're making an assumption that that's what he's saying, but I don't think it's been proven. I filed it myself. I know they have it.
Yeah, I'm not disputing anything here. So yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay, I was just saying. Okay, well. Just trying to find out what might have happened to that missing page. I don't I wasn't questioning that was provided,
Oh,
Mr.
no,
Yeah.
sorry. I was just giving the assessor why he didn't have it, trying to give him an out there. Sorry, that was just trying to be fair to him.
No,
Yeah.
it could be filed somewhere in like in another section we have. I can do some further searches, but yeah. So, but I'm sure it's
Yeah,
somewhere.
because
I don't
because
have
it
it.
seems to be a multiple statement for multiple properties
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
is
So,
all
but
I'm
yeah,
saying. So it could be filed somewhere else.
yeah, exactly. I can do some further digging. Yeah. So,
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. So, Mr. Neufeld, you can begin your presentation.
Yes, yes, sorry I interrupted there. I just didn't want us to get off track on going down the wrong way on this. This is a very informal um, oh, sort of managed site. It's a family that owns it and run it. And they've got, I don't know, 10 properties. They're all like this across the city, older. They don't use a property manager. So their statements are what they provide for CRA, which is as a whole. So they'll have that they do have the gross rent, no dispute there on the gross rent. And that number though that I'm looking at on page 18 though does differ from the gross rent listed elsewhere. Sorry, I'm looking at the assessor's brief right now. You'll note that 7858 7858 times 12 is 94,000. And then on their statement, they've written 130,000.
yeah, I was gonna mention that.
Yeah, I should probably switch to mine, but I will. I just the issue on that, of course, they have marked off that taxes, insurance, management, repair, and everything are gross. The tenant pays utilities, and then they have to split the utilities up with the building next door. So it's a mess. So I'm just going to what we had provided. By the way, nothing turns on this because we're really not far off on the income, and it's not even an issue. But I just don't like inconsistencies. So on our page 3, we had the first sheet we're not disagreeing on, and then on page 4, this is the accompanying sheet. So this lists the properties. Some they pay the utilities on. Listed below. This one they don't. On the others, they look at this. They lump all the property taxes in together, all the R&M in together, professional fees. So we never looked at amortization or mortgages or motor vehicles. We don't care about that. That's not a real estate cost. But we did take this and worked out an estimated net rent. And because we're going to hear their other property later, just get an idea of what we're dealing with here. As I said, I made them do this because they missed the last year, and my relations with my clients is pretty good. I can threaten them when I want to, and they take it in stride. It's important that these things are filed, and we go to the trouble of doing it ourselves and driving them in. So I know that the city has this info. So again, nothing turns on the income on it, because actually we're showing a slightly higher income than the assessor. But I think I question our vacancy rate being too low, but it's regardless. This is purely and simply a capitalization rate issue. And you've heard the building being described. I've been in it. It's about 10, 11 feet clear in the inside. Not a warehouse, not a good one at all. A warehouse isn't the dynamics of a warehouse. I'm going to repeat this at the end, but I want to bring it up front right now because this is what we're going to be dealing with all day. So in real estate, it is not right to take all of industrial and lump it into one. There are so many different forms of industrial. There's the flex, there's the retail mixed industrial, there's the warehouse, there's a cross dock, which is totally different than a warehouse. There's light manufacturing, heavy manufacturing, all the way to mining. There are contractors' establishments, there are repair shops for trucks. All of these are generalized as industrial, and they do not have the same investment quality. So when Colliers does our analysis, which refer you to page something or other here. Oh, cap rate report, page 37. We would focus on the warehouse style, and the reason isn't because we don't like the other ones. It's because they're usually sold on the basis of an owner purchase, owner occupant. The investment market in industrial is 90% warehousing, and because it's a commodity that's bought and sold, and investors have an interest in it. And if you want to back that up, go through REITs where they have industrial REITs, and they're populated by warehousing. A warehousing is essentially is not industrial at all. It's retail. It's redistribution of goods and services. It's not, they don't make stuff. Industrial's making stuff. So that's where the whole concept of industrial is on the misleading end for this. So this one is an obsolete industrial built for a dock level loading with low ceiling. Nobody wants this anymore. It was repurposed to retail because it was on King Edward, and it's a good location for retail. Not Polo Park retail, but miscellaneous retail. And that's how to view this, and most and a lot of the properties is they're not warehousing, and warehousing, and again I'll be long here, short later. Warehousing in Winnipeg, what's happened in the last 5 years is that in 2018, 2019, the RM of Rosser finally got third reading on the Centerport zoning. When that happened, the floodgates opened up. Everybody who had anything to do with warehousing left Winnipeg and moved to Rosser because it had great access, truck access. You know, when a semi-trailer's got to wait in traffic because it can't get through the red lights, and then there's all this other traffic around, costs some money. They want to move to Canada Way because it's on off the highway, on off the good connections. Saves them 20 to 30 minutes every load. You take that and you turn it into money, they pay more for rent out there. They got high cube space, 27-foot interior space, interior. So that's 32 on the outside is the going rate. Everything's got a bay size to it that will allow the length and width of a semi-trailer to fit in the bay of a modern warehouse. And also that's called flex. They have posts down that are every 30 feet so that you can reconfigure your space. Do you want to rent 18,000 feet or 36,000 feet? It's all a derivative of the 3,000 feet, which is 30 by 100. That is modern warehousing. That's what investors like. They can change it. One guy moves out, leaves 30,000 feet vacant. They say, well, let's chop it to 12 and 18, put it back in the market. Or they combine spaces, move somebody over to get a big space. That's what makes money. That's what it gives you a low cap rate. So after there was a massive departure from the Winnipeg based ones, because of course taxes were lower in Rosser as well. And when COVID hit, it was actually a savior for Winnipeg warehousing, because two things happened. One is the city and the province had to get several thousand, 100,000 square feet of space, and it happened to be available because that had just been vacated by the transport people. And the other thing that happened is the home delivery during COVID. Amazon all of a sudden needed 2 warehouses here, as did all the other providers who had shifted their services from a retail front to a warehouse to front door delivery. Now, after COVID, that tailed off a bit, and of course, when you didn't need to store the protection equipment, the vacancies popped back up, and that's what's been defining our market. So then a lot of this space is getting repurposed to other uses. Anecdotally, I'm an appraiser. I'm not a tax agent. I'm an accredited appraiser. And I do a lot of work, more work outside of tax appeal than inside tax appeal. I was writing, truthfully, a appraisal for a foreclosure as COVID hit. Before I could put my name on it, the province walked in and said, we need 150,000 feet. Who's got it? It saved the site. Foreclosure was over. But that's how bad the world is in industrial. And I take exception with the city's capitalization rates. It's not reflective of the market. And just so you know that what I'm speaking of is not anecdotal. It is not hearsay. You're actually hearing a preview of a piece that will be published by Colliers in the next few weeks. It's been vetted by peer review as well as our brokerage firms. This is the nature of what's happening with industrial. And of course, the interest rates haven't helped either. So today, we have to look at this and ignore the concept of that it's an industrial, that there is such thing as a whatever this is here, a 6% cap. Far too risky. Nobody wants this. And so what we did on our cap was looked at a base rate and modified it to a rate that we wanted to apply. And because there are no sales of this sort of investment property, and it is an investment property, it's just an unusual one, we looked at adjustments, and our adjustments are transparent, explainable, defendable, reasonable, unlike the assessment department model. So I'm discussing page 2. Base rate 6.5%. That's the best product. No, not 10-foot ceiling fitness stores, that's for sure. Then we look at the problems with this one, and the biggest issue with this one is quality and condition, ceiling height, shared furnace, and of course it's older and it really shows its age. The income stability is a major factor. This isn't, you're not storing cornflakes one day and toilet paper the next because it's a warehouse. It just won't work. So that lends it to a poor income stability because of what it is. So our estimate is, and the location isn't so much the location, it's the setup on the location, set for dock height, and semi-trailers are not maneuverable in there anymore because King Edward's a one-way, hard to get in, hard to get out, and even if you had a semi, you couldn't unload it into this building because it's too small to take the semi-load. You want a bigger building. It's got a poor size. So we're putting a cap rate of 8% on it, and I know the assessment department has difficulties with this sort of a concept, but you can't use a blanket industrial for everything. And that's my presentation and my closing argument, all in one, and shorter for the next one.
Okay, questions, Mr. Harling?
Yeah, so no, I appreciate you kind of going through all that, Mr. Neufeld there. So just based on, I think you made it pretty clear. So based on your knowledge of this and the history you own this property, so you believe it's more of a retail build. It's obviously more because it is being for retail use, so you would consider it more a retail building.
Well, it's I threw in a couple of pictures to give you an idea of how we rank them, and page 52 is what you're going to have your prime, what's now called industrial. This is a flex space, as I was describing it. Yeah, I'm sure you can recognize where that is, but I won't identify it. But you can see the high ceilings. You can put in a second floor if you wish, or there's trucks there and the semi-trailers can maneuver in and use it as warehousing. Modern flex. The next one is top of page 53, and this is a B. So this is actually a manufacturing facility, a very high quality manufacturing facility. It's got good land area, and it was designed with a fair amount of adaptability in it. And then we move on to the class C at the bottom of 53. And that's more what we are at today. You notice it's got low ceiling heights, it's storefront, and it falls outside what market participants measure. The advantage on the one I'm showing you a picture of is it's multi-tenanted. So that's good, better for an investor because, what is there? You got their 10 CRUs. So, one goes vacant, you still got 9 more. There is a bit of flexibility to move walls in these. And then there's a class D, which would be the top of 54, which is more of a single tenant facility with low adaptability. So this is somewhere between a C and a D. And then miscellaneous, I only include this because you have to remember what constitutes industrial. This is the old Dominion Bridge site. Now, it shouldn't even be judged by the same parameters. It shouldn't be heard in the same breath as a warehouse. It should be a totally different type. And that's really the problem with the model.
So then I guess I'm just question is like this class C that you indicated, which they don't measure. So, how do you, I know you've kind of indicated on page 2 some of the issues or some of the points, if you will, but so I guess there's no market reports.
No, there is, but what's going to happen with this class C is you're likely going to see it reflected in a miscellaneous retail category or a miscellaneous office category, but because it's not an industrial usage really. It's like when we publish our reports and we talk about ceiling height, we never talk about exterior. It's always interior clear height. And an interior clear height is defined by the pallet. So a pallet needs 5 feet of height. An industrial building's utility is measured by the number of pallets. I mentioned 27 feet. That's 5 pallets, plus the space that they rest on and the ability to get your forklift under it and lift it and take it off. So those are the multiples we're looking at. So in our subject, we have a 1 pallet store. Can't even put 2 pallets in there. And same with this picture I'm showing you on bottom of page 53. So we it's a miscellaneous dealer's choice. What do you want to put it in? Retail, office, in industrial, but we don't track these and report them because investors don't want these. What investors want is the picture on the bottom of 52. They think that characterizes a better quality investment. It's just you have to account for higher risks, and there are ones that sell. We actually have not come across any in this period. We had one in church that we were using 5 years ago. It's kind of dated now. I forget the cap on that one. It was 7.7, I think. If you're going to see an investment sale, it's going to be a multi-tenanted facility. It won't be a single tenant one. Usually they'd go, like we have a whole bunch of sales of those where they go from, the most common one is it was owned by one party. He found a tenant, then he sold it to the tenant. Sale's useless, right? For a cap rate comparable.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, so but they just had 2 of those on Brookside, but there's again motivation has to be adjusted somehow.
Yeah, for sure. No, exactly. Vendor sale back or something, right? Yeah, but yeah, you know what? That's all the questions I have, and I just want to make a note to the board. I did find that document, Mr. Neufeld.
Oh,
So it was there. So just yeah. So I just didn't have my break, but it does exist. So yeah. But that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions, thank you.
All right, Ms. Duncan.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, question I have is on your non-recoverables. How did you work those out?
Uh, I don't know. Let me see. Uh, looks like 5% of the income after vacancy.
Okay,
But
and then a
yeah,
further structural 2%. So you're using the 7%.
that's correct, and you'll see that on page 4 that the costs are there if you work them out like we did. So it's not like please give it to us because we're asking. They're real. Yeah. The only thing I was going to mention when you're looking at that, which is why we're probably not far off the assessor, is that I don't make these things up, these reports, and I'm looking for something.
Well, I do note your NOI is actually higher than
Yeah, and we you're free to use that or the assessors, obviously. And if I cap it differently, maybe you have to use mine. I don't know. But the error, here we go. This is the error I noted, is that um, the vacancy rate was taken from industrial, and it's the retail use. And if it changed its usage, um, it changed its tenancy, then the new tenant would be retail. So you would generally do it by that. And I've got these millions of Johnson reports. I was just looking for the retail vacancy. And okay, well, I have the old ones in my desk. It's higher than that, 4.5. So rather than correct it, I'm just going to say, obviously, our values there are very similar, and there's no dispute on our side. Use the assessors. It's your call. Oh, here we go. I knew I had it somewhere. Yeah, retail. Probably looking at about 9.2% in St. James. But that would probably put the assessor and ourselves at virtually the same number. That's an error on our part, but like I said, I don't do these reports. I only have to correct them when they come before you.
All right.
It did help work out the income, though.
Okay. I have no more questions. So, Mr. Harlan, do you wish a summation?
No, I think I'll be good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld, summation.
I think I covered everything. I just one thing I forgot to mention in my page 1 on our picture, you can see the white colored connection of the furnace on the below the blue line on the bottom of the picture. I don't know if you can see that. It's a bit better picture than what we looked at in the assessor, but that's where the furnace goes through. So I've totally forgotten which building the furnace is in, but it heats both 640 and 620.
All right. Thank you very much. So we will move on to 650 King Edward. So, Mr. Harlan, you can begin on 650 King Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The file number is 24-4177. The roll number is 0700186500. The address is 650 King Edward Street, and the owner is Computer Plus Limited. 2025 roll year based on birth date of April 1st, 2023 is assessed at $1,213,000. Look below page 1 of my brief. We'll see the property description information. This is a one-story building. We have 5 premises on file. The actual and effective builds are 1957. Wall heights are 12 feet. Construction classes steel or wood framed. Zoning is manufacturing general. We have a land area of 22,946 square feet with a plan area of 12,835 square feet. This gives us a land to plan area of 1.79. And then lastly, we have a leasable area of 12,803 square feet. Okay, if we turn to page 2 of my brief, you see the request for information have been received. There are no recent sales. Last time the property sold was in 2007. And we do not, and currently in our system, have anything on leases in place. So to kind of, I don't think I have to go through much of the pictures here. So location-wise, again, this is just north of the previous property. So just again on King Edward Street. So page 4 is just another photo where it's located. Page 5, you can just see the parcel outline. Page 6, you just get another closer image of the subject. So you can see here multiple. Page 7, this is just a photo of the subject facing the King Edward Street. So this is a multi-tenanted building. The bottom page 7 is just the rear of the subject. And then pages 8 and 9, I've just shown some street view photos, just showing the different units. As you can see, it goes from the west to east, just to showing the buildings. And okay, so we turn to page 10 of my brief. You see the income workup. So we've classified this as a flex warehouse. As you can see here, we have the 5 premises. So we have the other different areas of this, the total areas of the lease of the premises. So the total leasable area is 12,803 square feet. We have, you can see all the rents in place we're applying. We're using a blended rent of $6.49 a square foot. This gives us a potential rent of $83,044. We're allowing 4.5% for vacancy, which then gives us an effective gross income of $79,307. We're allowing 3% for non-recurring expenses, as far as $4 a square foot shortfall. This gives us a net operating income of $74,623. Lastly, we're applying a capitalization rate of 6.15%, which then gives us an estimated value of $1,213,000. Okay, if we turn to page 11 of my brief, you see the rent comparables. So these are just comparables. They're all in the same locations. We have Sanford Street, Dublin, Barrie, Dublin, St. James. So these are all in the St. James area of the city. They range inside, leasable start dates range from September 2020 to September 2022. Lease dates range from 2 to 6 years. Leasable areas range from 1,500 square feet to 4,140 square feet. Wall heights range from 14 feet to 22 feet. Effective year belts range from 1963 to 1980. And the rents in place range from $7.50 a square foot to $8.50. So I believe they would bracket the subject. Turn to page 12 of my brief. We're using a cap rate of 6.15%, as indicated. So looking into the industrial section, 28th percentile, so the cap rate does fall within that range. And then just looking at the outside sources, I believe that would fall within the range of the outside sources as well. Page 13 is just some municipal actor reserve information. If we turn to page 14 in my brief, it's very similar to the previous property. So this is just gross income as they indicated. So this is the mailer they provided us. This is continuing on page 15. And then if you turn to page 16, this is just the rent roll of the units that are currently in place, so leasing the space. Very similar to the previous property in terms of the layout. Page 17, in terms of like the income expense layout, I mean. Page 17 is the further photo, or for the last page of the income expense mailer. I will note that last page that Mr. Neufeld indicated that was in his brief, like that would be part of this as well. I just, obviously, as we've known, I just didn't have it in my brief. So page 18 in my brief, this is just a floor plan I had on file, so just to show the 1-story building here. Just to kind of show the site plan, if you will, which is that I was able to find online or in our system. Page 19, this is breakdown just of showing the units and the sizes, just of, again, the total area of the building and the key plan, if you will. And then pages 20 through 23 are just some outside sources just to support the vacancy report. The vacancy we replied. That being said, I believe that concludes the presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, I accidentally closed it. What's the file number?
24-4177.
77, okay. I guess this is similar to the property next door in that you have it done as a warehouse on your workup?
We have it classified as a flex warehouse, if you will. Yeah.
Flex warehouse, sure, okay. And page 10, this was all done by the model?
Model drive, correct.
Same question as before, if we're classified as either office or retail, fair to say that the parameter would differ?
Like I said, I don't have that exact information, but yeah, so it's possible. Yes, I don't know the exact information, so I have that information.
Okay, and what are these tenants here? Aren't these all, I've got an insurance agent, escape rooms, sewing machines.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Look on
Yeah, so these aren't industrial, are they? These aren't warehouses.
the tenants, I guess. Well, yeah, no, they're not using them for warehouse space, I guess. Yeah.
And on this particular one, what was your ceiling height measurement?
It was, we have 12 feet.
12 feet. And so that is from the ground level to the top side of the roof, right?
That would be the exterior measurements, correct?
Yeah, okay. And interior measurements would obviously be less the truss and maybe the pad.
Yeah, like I said, I have not been in there, so I don't have the exact one, but there would be some variation. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have just a single date of construction on this? I'm looking at the overhead, and you can see that there's a seam.
Yes, the different building colors. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the colors could be due to a difference in when the roof was repaired, but I see that there's a what's the name for it? The seam, not the parapet? No, yeah, piece of that wall that sticks up. Were these originally built as two separate buildings? Do you know?
I was trying to look back in the information. Unfortunately, all I have is just as far as I know, it's one building, but again, I can't, I don't have
Okay.
that far back.
And parking, you don't have anything listed, but just looking at the pictures, roughly how many parking stalls are there?
Well, actually, when I was looking at page 18 of my brief, there was a
Oh, okay, they have it listed.
they kind of showed their kind of a plan here, how they have it set up. Yeah, so they have some along the side of the building, then they have some like, because I know obviously the other
12.
right? So yeah, but that's
Yeah.
property, but
Okay, so they have 12 stalls for plan area 12835. Did you compare that to the bylaw?
I did not know.
Okay. I got no new questions then, other than same issue as the last one. I told you it'd be quicker.
Okay. Ms. Duncan, any questions?
Just one. I know it's just a small difference in your cap rate from the previous property to this one, but I also know there's the connection. Do you think, why do you think that is? Is there an issue with multiple tenants being more of a risk than a singular tenant, or why would would the model have bumped that up? Because I see it's same location. It's actually a year newer, similar square footage, similar wall height. So I'm just wondering why that change would have occurred, if you can answer that. I know it's the model, but.
You know what? One factor I will mention is like, obviously the wall height's slightly lower. Obviously the land to plan area is lower too. If you can notice, this one's 1.79. So, so that would be another factor we definitely would have in terms of the cap rate. So that would be another factor that would probably make it a slight adjustment. Yeah. So.
Okay, nothing to do with the tenancies though, as far as it being 5 premises versus 1.
In terms of the, from what I've seen, obviously cap rates, the whole point of cap rates to derive risk, right? So, when it comes to multi-tenanted, right, let's say you have 5 tenants and you lose one, right? There's not as much risk involved as if you have one single tenant, right? So, if anything, I think there's more risk in a single tenant than a multi-tenant, in honesty, but.
Great, thank you. No other questions.
Mr. McIntyre?
Just to confirm, the zoning is M2 manufacturing. There's been no change to the zoning.
Correct, it is M2 manufacturing, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and I have no questions, so Mr. Neufeld, you can begin.
Thank you. First of all, I agree with what the assessor said about multi versus single. A single is riskier for exactly the reasons he's mentioned. Sometimes you have to say something nice about what people said.
Thank you.
Well, this early in the new year, it's
Yeah, and the meds are working. Sorry, and I stupidly closed my report up here. Same ownership, same setup. It's called a warehouse. It's obviously not a warehouse, and it even got a lower ceiling height than the last one. It's storefront retail. Don't even know why this was ever classed this way. There's absolutely no room to put a truck in, not even a short truck, right? Like, you know, the 40 footers, that won't fit. 28 footers, maybe if they use the back lane. Well, that isn't a back lane. Sorry. No, that won't fit either. So it's limited to, you can see on our picture page too, the cars that are parked around it. And our car is about 20 feet long. That gives you an idea about the loading potential in this. There is none, or virtual. It's pickup truck delivery. Not industrial whatsoever, not a warehouse whatsoever. It is a retail site, and there's an office in there. The income, like the other one, we're really not that far apart. I will point out that our vacancy rate is wrong. This was from Johnson Industrial, and it should have been Johnson Retail. So in doing so, I think I just want to make sure we're not arguing for nothing here. Our NOI would be almost identical to the city's. And I would point out, I asked the question about parameters, and I found a retail site, which was actually an insurance agent, and happens to be one in this building. The city model gave it a vacancy rate of 6% rather than 4.5. So there's one difference in retail to industrial. Rents match, but vacancies would differ. And then, of course, the big issue is the cap rate. The issues on it are, you know, I'm looking at these two of these side by side as compared to the last one. This one's got a lower ceiling and less area for maneuvering, whereas the other one had the deficiency in the HVAC system and the dock height, which is functionally obsolete. So I think that the 8% is really all I can pick from. This is a miscellaneous number. This is derived the same way, and you see the discussion there in quality and condition. It's just gonna be part of that inventory of miscellaneous space on a major artery that comes and goes. One day it's sells sewing machines, the next day it runs an escape room. There is, and here's something that's really important in capitalization rate. None of these properties have the ability to attract a AAA tenant. Now, we're not judging the quality, their value on the quality of the tenant. We're judging it on the ability to attract a good paying tenant. A AAA tenant, national, the covenant is good, which means they can pay the rent. We're looking at local users. If an investor looks at it, if this building can only fit local users in, poor investment risk. And that was something I forgot to mention on the other one as well. And the issue as far as parking goes, remember that parking is not a function of zoning. It's a function of use. Whatever use you have in it has to meet the parking. Now, these uses are, we call legal non-conforming, what a lot of people call grandfathered. On page 15. No, wait a sec. Okay, page 16, class 20. And this is the parking bylaws. This is retail sales, not listed separately. And that's what this is. So one for each 250 of floor area. And what you do is you use 12,835 feet, subtract the 2,000. So it's 10,000 to 10,835 divided by 250 is 44 stalls plus the single for the 2,000 feet. Modern bylaw requires 45 parking stalls for this site. Now these have been grandfathered, as you say, but now you're an investor going in and saying, well, I'm going to change my usage tomorrow and be something else. I may not get an occupancy permit because I don't have the parking, and this is bylaw, irrelevant as to the zoning. As far as the zoning goes, if you care to look at what permissible uses are, and I have them listed on page somewhere here. Oh, beginning on page 17, and you can see the breakdown as to what's permissible and what's not permissible. So when you look at, for example, I was just looking for office, which is page 19. You can see M2 is permissible office, as is anything in C. But you still have to, then you'll see right there, it says parking category 18 for office. And then if you want to look at retail, the retail, which would be listed, this thing's impossible to find the retail uses on here. General retail uses are, bottom of right there, retail sales unless otherwise noted. And you'll see that, and that's on page 19, about the middle, that every single retail use has got an asterisk. So there's always another clause required, and I'm not sure what it is. It's covered in the rest of the bylaw, and you'll see at the end of it, parking category 20 is the it's the use specific standard, which is paragraph 90 in the planning document. But it's consistent whether you're in C2 or M2. The same requirements have to be met as far as parking goes. And I think personally, if I were looking at this, I'd probably cap this higher than this because of the risk of alternate use, of having a space go dark and not getting a permit because you can't have parking. And there's not even any street parking to rely on. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Harling?
You know what? I think my question has been answered. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre.
The only question is, so the issue in your mind is the cap rate?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Duncan.
No questions, thank you.
All right, and I have no questions, so let's take a break until 10:15 and we'll come back and do some more work. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. Our next property on the agenda is 1435 St. James Street. So, Mr. Harling, you can begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The file number is 24-3978. The roll number is 13000914000. And as mentioned, the address is 1435 St. James Street. And the owner's numbered company 644-6672 Manitoba Incorporated. The 2025 roll year, based on the reference date of April 1st, 2023, assessed at $4,247,000. Look at under page 1 of my brief. We'll see there's one building on the premise. It's a one-story building. The actual and effective year built in 1980. The wall heights are 22 feet. There's a masonry bearing wall construction class, and it's zoned for M3 manufacturing heavy. We have a land area of 126,526 square feet with a plan area of 40,143 square feet, which gives us a land to plan area of 3.15. And we have total leasable area of 40,143 square feet. Okay, if we turn to page 2 of my brief, we'll see the request for income information having been received. The last time the property sold was in 2020 for $3 million. And in our system, we do not have a lease in place. Okay, so turning to page 3 of my brief, we'll see the subject location. So as indicated, this is on St. James Street. So it's just an overview of where the subject is located. So you kind of, I'm sure everyone knows where St. James is, obviously. Page 4 of my brief, this is just another aerial view just to show the building and where it's situated on St. James. We turn to page 5 of my brief. It's just another this is the parcel outline of the subject. Turn to page 6. This is just another parcel outline, and just further zoomed in so you can see where the building is offset into the kind of the middle top corner of the building of the parcel land. Page 7 is just a further photo of this just to show where it's situated. Page 8. This is just the front view of the photo of the subject, just facing on St. James Street. Page 9 is just the side of the building just to show where the loading docks are. Page 10 is just the rear photo of the subject. And pages 11 and 12 and 13, you can see here, these are just some street view photos. So top here is just a further photo, just facing St. James, just in front of the building. Page 12 is just some further photos, just from different angles, just again to show the building in its entirety. And then on page 13, this is just a final photo, just to show the side of the building where the loading bay doors are. Okay, so if we turn to page 14 of my brief, again, we're classifying this as a storage warehouse. Total leasable area is 40,143 square feet. We're applying a model rent of $6.59 a square foot. This gives a potential rent of $264,542, allowing 4.5% for vacancy. This gives us an effective gross income of $252,638. Around 3% for non-workable expenses, as well as $4 a square foot shortfall. This gives us a net operating income of $237,833. And lastly, we're applying a 5.6% cap, which then gives us the estimated value of $4,247,000. Let's turn to page 15 of my brief. Under the rent comparables. So you see my rent comparables here. So we have St. James, so obviously on St. James Street. We have Bunting. This is in Inkster Industrial. We have 1670 Inkster, 1245 Border. This is in the area. 1221 Sherman's in the area, and then 99 Bannister. This is more in the Inkster area. So if you look at the lease start dates, range from January 2019 to September 2022. Lease start dates range from 2 to 10 years or terms. Leasable areas range from 25,869 to 58,000 square feet. Wall heights range from 12 to 30 feet. Effective year bills range from 1964 to 1969. And the net rents in place range from $6.50 a square foot to $8.23. So again, we're applying a model rent of $6.59, so I believe that brackets the comparables. Okay, turning to page 60 in my brief. As indicated, we're applying a cap rate of 5.60%. So that does fall within the industrial 25th percentile of the city. But I am mindful of the fact that it is slightly lower than some of the outside sources. So I'm mindful that the cap rate is a bit lower in that sense. You know, and I'm sure I know we've already talked about this, but cap rates obviously to determine risk. So some of the factors that would derive the cap rate again would be the age, size, location, wall height. So some of those are some of the factors that were derived. But again, as I want to mention, I am mindful of the cap rate. Okay, page 17, my brief. It's just some municipal assessment active group information. If we turn to page 18 of my brief, this is just the income expense mailer that they've provided us with here. So you can see the total rental income they've indicated they're generating. This is located also on page 19, they've shown here. Page 20 of my brief, this is just a floor plan we have in file, again, a bit older as you can see here, but it's a pretty standard, rectangular shaped warehouse space or warehouse type building, if you will, the shape of the building. And then lastly, pages 21 through 23, which is some outside sources to support the vacancy rate of 4.5% for the St. James area, which I believe would be supported by the outside sources. That being said, that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes. Just a lot of just clarification. page 1, someone has determined that the gross floor area is inappropriate as leasable. You're using the plan area, correct?
Correct. Yeah, I think there was maybe some mezzanine space at one point, maybe that we were including that, but we're not.
Right.
So yeah.
And the 22 feet is exterior measurement?
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, just give me a second here. Okay. And the workup is all done by the model on page.
Yes. On that's page. Apologize. Pages here. Page 14. Yes, correct. That's
right. Got it. And on there, sorry, you have a sale listed. So are you aware that the sale was for the real estate and the business?
I mean, as far as I know, I looked into what we had on file. It was a good sale on our end, but I don't have. I wasn't part of the sale, so I can't speak of all the individual portions of it. So
okay, who's the occupant right now?
It is. Apologize. Westward Part Services.
And the purchaser. Did you search the owner who this is? 644-6672.
It is obviously it's a numbered company, but I didn't do a title search on it.
Oh, okay. So you're not aware it's Macdon?
And I didn't verify that. So
and Westward is a division of Macdon. Okay. So I know I'm just trying to sneak in evidence here in questioning. You'd hear it anyway. So, and my other question was, I'm just looking at, they did submit a mailer on page 18 in which they said that the paid rent was $228,000 net. Did you look into that at all?
I did. Actually, yes, I did look into it.
Okay, but that isn't being applied in this case, is it?
Correct. No, it's not.
Oh, okay. Those are my questions. Thanks. I'm assuming everything I've asked and answered before, everyone will take into consideration. Okay.
Yes. Mr. McIntyre, questions?
One question on page 19, they're showing a lease end date of January 1st, 2001.
Mm-hmm. So sorry, well, I mean, yeah, see, here's the thing. So I was going to speak to that actually. The mailer that I put in here, this was filed online by the tenant. So when we have it as which is 001, that means it's a month to month. They've checked it off as a box as a month to month lease. So that's what we have on file. So that's why we have it like that. So because we didn't fill this out online, this was filled up by the tenant. So
okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Duncan.
Just in regards to CAP, you had acknowledged a couple of times that with it being lower than the 20th percentile, that you were cognizant of that. Is that something you could have adjusted yourself as part of your presentation?
I mean, obviously I'm going in here with the model. I mean, like I said, I apologize. I didn't get a lot of time to really kind of go through all these properties in depth as much as it would have just due to time constraints. So typically, I don't think I would have changed anything, but I'm mindful of the cap rate though. So
No other questions. Thank you.
Okay. I have no questions. So, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just looking for something here. So the property is Westward Parts. They are renting it. The owner is Macdon Industries. They own Westwood. They own the building. They are a subsidiary corporation. Macdon purchased them in, as the assessors pointed out, 2012. And the lease that is being quoted here, I'm looking at it, was written before, 2010, and to Westward Parts, and was in effect at the time of the sale, and was still, I think they just want to look at the term on this, was a long term, but regardless, I guess the point was that was a lease in place. Now, the next part of this is a little more interesting. I get hired by MacDon every 4 to 5 years to review their properties and set their internal leases. So I set that rate as an appraiser. And when I did it, I'm not going to provide you with my appraisal report, but I did a market analysis, and I was just looking for the date that I had done that on. And I believe it was 2022. And I can't, it's going to be within a year of that. It wasn't past that. It wasn't post reference. It might have been 21. And so very common in companies, they want to keep their divisions separate. They want to make sure their profit centers are separate and that each side is fairly making money. One side doesn't subsidize another side. You got to live on your own. So this is the internal rate that was set by me with no influence. I didn't do this for property taxes. I didn't do it for any other reason. I'm dealing with astute investors who want to know what is a fair number. So it is different, and we have ended up applying it in here, I think it's a fair number for what it is. It's slightly lower ceiling that you want, and the downside on it when I was looking at it was just trying to look at the overhead view. On page 1 is that the siding is good up front, but so on the side and rear for loading. It can still accommodate a trailer, barely, not around the back. But if you take your trailer in at an angle, the trailer needs 125 feet for a 90-degree turn. They do not have it on the south side. It's less than that, but you have some maneuverability that's possible there as well. It's not premium, but it's not as bad as many of the other ones that you'll see today. And as far as the cap rate is concerned, I think that is not what I put on for a cap rate. my rate was a bit lower than that. So I think I was just looking for it to see what it was. I didn't put 7.25 on it. I think I know what it was, but I can't be sure, 100% sure. But I'm going to make a change on my valuation here, on our valuation, to go with a lower cap. Yeah, I think that it would be a fairer number at 6.75, and that's going to coincide. This would actually fit in our properties and in all the stuff I was telling you before about it's not a warehouse, it's not a warehouse. Yeah, this is a warehouse, no problem there. And it's a good location. Alternate use is kind of interesting. We would put this in a high class A or a low class B on our page 35. So that puts it, in my opinion, about 6.75%. This fits into our parameters. And remember, we sell these. So if I change that cap to that, the number is 2,855,000, 2,855,274. I would just round it to 2,855,000. And I appreciate that the rate being internal, the rent being internal is something that you'll have to consider. And I don't take a major exception to the assessor's workup. I think he's in the ballpark, or the model is in the ballpark on this. We would just defer to, I guess I have to defer to my own work from previously, that's all. Again, but our NOI isn't a major difference. What is it, 20? Oh, Actually, 192 to 237. Okay, there's all those um, shortfall. Okay, so the shortfall is higher because we looked at the actual tax load on it. I don't think the city's shortfall is fair. Because it's one size fits all at $4 a square foot when your tax load on this is $2.21 a foot. You have to bear in mind that if you assess something higher, your shortfall is going to be higher. That is my presentation with the changes that I've made on it, and acknowledge that the net rent, I would expect you to question it. I think it should bear some weight. And to be fair, because if between the time I stop this and and I find whether or not I find that lease, I can tell you when I did it, but I don't know right now. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Okay, Mr. Harling, questions?
I guess just the one question, I believe you kind of already alluded to it, River, but so I understand you're still looking for that potential lease or whatever there, but so is it fair to, so the lease is essentially more of like an internal book rent, if you will, or rent lease, I guess?
Well, again, I'm not going to characterize it that way because they hired people to set rents, and I do a lot of work like this, and what you have to do is you have to be impartial to both parties and understand the need for it. And in this case, it was to accurately divide an expense to the property that deserved that expense. So MacDon does not want to be seen as subsidizing the rent. They want this property to stand on its own, because that's the only way they can tell if it's a profitable operation. Could you stand on your own? They had Westward was a location I also did in Red Deer and in Regina and Saskatoon at the same time of the acquisition in 12. And then I updated it later, and I wish for the life of me I could remember. They changed my Windows 11. That's why I can't find it today. Okay.
All right.
But yeah. Oh wow. Okay. That's the best I can say. I agree with your sentiment, though. It's something that should be questioned.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Duncan, any questions?
Just a couple. So can you confirm your NOI?
Well, the one we have here is 192,731.
Okay. And on the I don't know if you're probably better at this than I am. Can you determine what submitted as rent per square foot? Like, what was the dollar value? Was that $568?
Yeah, $228,000, which is what we applied.
And you already answered the question on your cap being outside your base. Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have no questions, so let's move on to 1555 St. James. And let's see. Mr. Harling, you can begin.
Thanks, Chairman. So the file number is 24-4093. The roll number is 13000981500. The address is 1555 St. James Street. The owner is C-REIT Quest Winnipeg Ltd. The 2025 roll year based on the reference date of April 1st, 2023, we have assessed at $16,767,000. Just a quick note I wanted to make before I go further in. For this particular property, when I was reviewing it the other day, or yesterday, I should say, I noticed there was an error on our part on because we have two income streams on this. We have an office and a store, or a warehouse type income stream. there was an issue with the potential rent, so the way it was calculating. So I basically adjusted it because, you know, maybe I can go. I'll just quickly show you to show what I mean. So then, if it makes sense, if you just give me a minute here. If you go to page 17 of my brief, if you look at the this is the income stream, storage warehouse income stream we have classed. If you look at the potential rent, it says $823,660. And then if you look below that, it says the potential rent is $830,208. So it's supposed to be $823,660. So the problem is it's taking that $830,208 and carrying it down. So essentially that's going to adjust the value slightly. So I'll go through that revised value when I get to that, that number, or get to that page. But the overall value, the starting point should be really $16,666,000. That should be the starting value, just based on adjusting that error. So I just want to let that know ahead of time, so there's not confusion. But I'm not sure how you want me to, maybe go through it when I get there. I just wanted to let you know ahead of time. So
Okay. That's actually the value I had used in my spreadsheet anyhow, so.
Oh, okay, good. So you found something. Okay, perfect. Okay, good. So yeah, and I'll just keep continuing, and when I get there, I'll give you all the revised number when I get there. So, okay. So anyways, yeah. So as I indicated, the revised value should be $16,666,000. Okay, so if we look at the property description information, we have 3 buildings on the roll, 27 total premises. It's a 1 to 2 story buildings. The actual and effective year builds range are 1975. The wall heights range from 12 feet to 18 feet. The construction class is masonry bearing walls, and it is zoned for M3 manufacturing heavy. Page 1, if we also look here, we'll see the land area is 344,652 square feet, with a plan area of 121,553 square feet. This gives us a land to plan area of 2.84, and we have a total leasable area of 138,634 square feet. Okay, so we turn to page 2 of my brief. We'll see the request for income information we received. And the last time the property sold was in March 25th, 2022, as you can see there. And here on pages 2 and 3, you can see these are some of the leases we have in place on file in our system. So I'm not really going to go through all these. So, but these are all the leases that we have in file and in place. You the board can look at those at their leisure. So, but these are the leases in place for some of the buildings, or the spaces of the space. So this, yeah, pages 2 and 3. If we turn to page 4 of my brief, again, this is located on 1555 St. James Street. So this is actually just very close to the previous property spoke to. So again, right on St. James, just a photo here. Page 5, this is just a photo of the parcel outline, or just where it's situated, I should say, on St. James and Dublin Avenue. Okay, page 6 of my brief, this gives you a better idea of the parcel outline. So you can see here, just where it's located. Page 7, I'm just showing a further photo, just a bit more closer in, just to kind of see all the buildings on the parcel. Okay, page 8 is another photo, just again further zoomed in, just try to get an idea of the entirety of the property and all the buildings. We turn to page 9. This just gives you a better representation. So you can see here at the top here, the very left-hand bottom corner, this would be the office building, and in the back here, this is all the additional industrial, what we classify storage warehouse space all along here. And at the bottom of page 9, you can just see the rear of the building in the back there, just to get an idea of the property in its entirety. Okay, page 10. This is just a more of a zoomed in photo. This is the office space of on the piece of the parcel. And then pages 11 and 12, I've just tried to show the buildings themselves, just going from west to east, just to try to show all the buildings more closer in, just to get a better idea of them. Page 12 at the top here, this is again the office building. This is located looking from Dublin Avenue. And then if we turn to the bottom of page 12, this is facing St. James Street, so you can just get an idea of this building. Page 13, this is just some street view photos just to show the buildings. You can see here kind of again a multi-tenant use type style building. And this continues on page 14. Again, just going to the east, from west to east, just to show all the buildings on file. So this is the entire property in its entirety, just to show you the different buildings on file. Okay, so we turn to page 15 of my brief. This is the income workup. This is for the office income workup we have. So you see here we have 15 premises here. You can see the leasable areas range from 797 square feet up to 33,883 square feet. You can see the model rents we've applied here. They range from $9.60 a square foot to $11.82 or $13.17. So we're using an overall blended rent of $10.95 a square foot. This gives us the potential rent of $346,838. We're allowing 6% for vacancy, which gives us the effective gross income of $326,028. We're allowing 3% for non-recallable expenses, as well as $8 a square foot for shortfall, which then gives us a net operating income of $301,338. And then lastly, we're applying a capitalization rate of 7.05%, which gives us the estimated value of $4,270,000 for the office portion. If we turn to page 16 in my brief, you see the rent comparables here. So I have some comparables here on Pembina Highway, Waverly, Border Street, Henderson Highway, Chevrolet. So these are all office type properties. They range in lease start dates from December 2019 to November 2021. Lease terms range from 3 to 5 years. Leasable areas range from 830 square feet to 7,208 square feet. Wall heights range from 9 feet to 18 feet. Effective year builds range from 1971 to 1989. And the rents in place range from $10.50 to $17.46. So I believe the model rent we applied would bracket the comparables. Okay. Now if we turn to page 17 of my brief, this is the storage or warehouse classification income workup we have here. So as you can see here, there are 12 premises. We have a total leasable area of 106,948 square feet. You can see the leasable areas range from 1,875 square feet to roughly 27,200 square feet. You'll see the model rents we've here, which gives us the potential rent of $823,660. And I can tell you we're applying a blended rent of $7.70 for the entire in total. Now, as I indicated, there is the error here. If you look at the potential rent of the income valuation, that says $830,208. So that should be $823,660. We're still applying the 4.5% vacancy. So this would give us a revised value for the vacancy loss at $37,065. This gives us revised income, effective gross income of $786,595. Applying the 3% expenses would give us a revised expenses of $23,598. For the shortfall at $4, this would give us a revised value for the shortfall at $19,251. And then lastly, this gives us a revised net operating income of $743,747. We're applying a 6% capitalization rate, which would then give us a revised capitalized value of $12,395,780, which would be rounded to $12,396,000. So that would be the revised value based on using the potential rent that should be. Okay, so if we turn to page 18 of my brief, these are my rent comparables. So this is on pages 18 and 19. I'm not going to go through them all, but these are all in the same areas. We have St. James, Barrie Street, Dublin, Border Street. So these are all comparables in the same area. Market region is the subject. They range in lease terms, or yeah, I apologize. They range in lease start dates from January 2020 to November 2022. They range from 2 to 6 years. Leasable areas range from 1,649 square feet to 25,869 square feet. Wall heights range from 12 to, well, I say 42 feet here. I think there might be an issue with that. I don't think that's 42 feet, but it's anywhere from, they closer to 22 feet. Effective year builds range from 1959 to 1988. And the rents in place range from $7.50 to $13.95. So again, we're applying a 770 blended, so I believe that would fall within the range. Okay, page 20 of my brief, this is just the income value summary. So obviously this would be slightly adjusted. As I indicated, the revised value for the income stream 2 or the storage warehouse would be $12,396 plus the $4,270,000 for the office would give us the revised value for both income streams at $16,666,000. So that's the revised value. Okay, turn to page 21 of my brief. So as I indicated for the office space, we were using a 7.05% cap rate. So if we look under the office rates for 28th percentile cap rates under the city, so that cap rate would fall up in that range. This would be classified more as a suburban. Obviously, office space is not downtown, so that would fall within the range. Actually, it falls slightly outside the range. And if looking at the outside sources too, I believe that would be supported by some of the outside sources as well. Now for the industrial portion, the cap rate is 6%. So that falls within the 28th percentile for cap rates we've applied. And I believe 6% is still supported by by the outside sources as well, and we've shown here. Okay, so if we turn to page 22 of my brief, it's just some municipal assessment accuracy information. Okay, now if we turn to page 23 of my brief, this is the actual income workup, or the expenses and income by the subject property. So I'm not going to go through all this, but Mr. Greenfield might go through a bit more than me. But yeah, you can see here, so pages 23 and 24. I should say 23, or yeah, I should say starting on pages 23 through 27. This is all the income for specifically for the office space. And then if we turn to page 28, this is where the more of the warehouse space we classified as would start. So this continues on page 28, 29. So they've broken it down in terms of that. So so then you can see here actually on page 23, it's all combined into one. So you can see the total income that they're generating as well at the top. So if we continue to pages 30, this just gives us a site. This is just a site plan just to show the subject, so you can just get an idea of just the overall shape of the building, which we've seen here. So you can see the single-story strip mall space, and then we have the two-story building at the top for the office space. And at the bottom of page 30, this is just another plan, just showing from St. James again, just showing all the buildings in its entirety. So page 31 of my brief, I've just put in essentially just the building sections, how we have it situated in our system. So you can just see here, nothing's. We will, the wall heights and that's where we got the wall heights and the effective rear builds, as well as I'll match what we had on the first page. So just to show how it's situated. And then lastly, pages 32 and 33 to 34, I just have some outside sources regarding the vacancy for the industrial. I forgot to put the office one in, but this is for the industrial. So, and that being said, I believe that concludes our presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, okay. Start just page your workups, which are page 15 and
17, yeah.
17 done by the model, with the exception of that correction that you made.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and that was clear. Now, on when you're doing that correction, then, and I'm looking at page 17, vacancy loss, would it be? It's based on the 823, not the 830, or I haven't done the math here yet.
It should be based on the 823, correct? Yeah.
823, 660 times 4.5 should get me 37. Okay, well, I get 37,359. Did I do that wrong?
Let me see here. Let me just try it again here.
823,660 times 0.045.
I get 37,064, but I could double check my spreadsheet.
Yeah, I do too. 37,064, and you've got 37,359, which.
Yeah, no, I maybe I was going a little fast. I apologize. I was like, when I was going through the workup, I was kind of telling the revised values, so I apologize. I can give you all the numbers if you need them. So.
No, it's, you know what, it's I'm not even going in that direction. I just, okay. I take what you say at face value. I think I'm not gonna look for something. What I'm looking at though is on those two pages, when I add up your vacancy, I get a total of about $58,000 in total vacancy allowances. That's I've got 20,800, and we'll call it 30,000 and 37,000. A bit under 58,000.
Yeah, just under like 57,875. So let's just say under 58.
Okay. And on the statement they gave you, page 23, their actual vacancy claim is in the rent loss is 141,000.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so they're experiencing higher vacancy than the model would suggest.
Yeah, correct. We're looking at market, so I guess their vacancy is slightly higher. Yes.
Right. And I'm just trying to look at, that vacancy then is also going to relate to a difference in shortfall. You've got 34,459, and then they have stated on their page, I lost it.
23, maybe 24.
the statement page 23, yeah, that their shortfall is about 101,000.
Yeah, slightly higher. Again, yeah, they're looking more site specific. We're doing again.
No, I guess I'm just if I was going to point out something to the board where we differ, I was just looking at it. I think that this is where we differ. Your shortfall at 34 and 58 versus the actual is okay. It's about $150,000, which is almost really close to our value, our NOI difference. Okay. I'm thinking that our potentials and everything else look pretty similar then, don't they?
Yeah, with the revised value of the potential rent, I was just checking. It's maybe within $20,000.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So that's not the issue. We're not disagreeing on rent. We're disagreeing on the model vacancy versus the actual. And did you have a chance to look back to see how this building has fared over the last few years?
In terms of like the
vacancy?
You know what? I didn't do a really in-depth on the vacancy, so I didn't have time, fortunately.
Okay. That's fine. In terms of your cap rate, then is then now when you have this cap rate here, my question here is, you got one section at 7.05 and one section at 6. And what do you come up in the end? You blend that?
You know what? Like, you know, like obviously I'm mindful of the fact, I'm pretty sure we're both aware that office space has had a lot more, been hit a lot more. So we're mindful of the higher cap rate on there, but you know what? Yeah, I don't think it's really, I know, I appreciate the question. Yeah. So like,
your blended is 6.27.
Right. I guess, like I said, I don't have the exact number for that, but I mean, if you took the average, I guess.
Yeah, well, it looks to be weighted, and I think, right? Because it's closer to the 6 than it is the 7, and you look at the income stream above. To me, it looks like it was weighted. Average.
Yeah, that's what I would. Again, I can't speak for certain because you know, but yeah, if you looked at it weighted, it would be around that. So yeah.
You ever heard that saying in an appraisal business about using averages?
You know what? Well, yeah, you know what? I actually, well, I'm not gonna get into that. Never mind. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No. Those are my only questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. McIntyre.
I'm just trying to understand this vacancy. If I look at the commercial rent rolls that they submitted, and we go to page 25, there's one tenant, there's one space there, unit number 112 at 991 square feet that's vacant. I assume that's correct.
As far as I know, yes. Yeah.
So if I go to the next page, they're all occupied with tenants, correct?
Yes, correct.
So if I go to the summary, it's 96.87 or say 97% occupied.
Yeah. You know what? I actually did mark that down on my brief. So yeah, I mean, I can't speak to how they reported it, so I don't know.
I'm just trying to get clarification of this.
Sorry, and I'm just going to ask a point of order here. Mr. McIntyre, did you notice the top of page 25? As of April 21st, 2023?
So we're talking April 1st, 2023 is the reference date.
Yes, you're asking the assessor to comment on post-reference information that he provided in his brief, and I'm not trying to be rude here, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Let me, yeah, I don't know why. I apologize. I don't know why I would have, because I just put in the rent roll how I had it. So I'm not sure why.
So this was a rent roll that was given to you by the,
Let me, I just want to maybe, because if that's the case, then yeah, we could, if it's definitely on my part, we can definitely.
Well, for example, if you look at page 28, night flooring start May 1st, 2023. That's post reference, right?
I just want to.
Yeah.
And I noticed that too, that there was they didn't fit. So I think that's the reason why.
Okay, I just wanted clarification because it's got dramatically occupied since 2022.
Yes, but no,
Yeah, I agree with this.
we don't know if it's post reference or not, right? So
No, the first one is April 2022. Profit and loss statement.
that is correct. Yeah, yes, that one we're not disputing because that's prior to the period. It was the rent roll that you're reading from, which was produced after the reference date. Clearly, there's an there's a May 1, 23. You'll notice that, yeah, that one was new, and I was just glancing through them just to see if there were any starts that were post reference, other than that one. But that's a big one, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, just on a side note, yeah, I noticed that when I was looking at the 22 mailer they supplied us, yeah, they had attached this, I guess maybe an error. So I apologize. So when I was looking at it, I just assumed this was part of the, I didn't get a chance to look into it. So because they applied for the 2022 one, so I'm not sure that maybe there was some issue, but yeah, I don't dispute that. So
Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
okay, Ms. Duncan.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, and I have no questions, so you can begin, Mr. Neufeld.
Yeah, okay. Just to point out that one post reference lease is 11,000 feet at looks like $10 a foot. So that's a pretty huge one for post reference. What we used was and that's one of the reasons that rent rolls aren't exactly the best thing to look at. The best is the statement and see that it relates to the rent roll for the period indicated. If there's a discrepancy, we also have in our possession, as the city does, the income expense forms dating back 15 years. And even with their significantly high vacancy rate in this particular period, you'll note that you do the math on the statement, you'll see that it indicates an NOI of 902,062. And when I went back on, I had about 5 previous years. That's the most they've ever made. This building has had historical vacancy issues, and we didn't go through. What we did is on the valuation on this is rather than focus on the 902, it was a different style of workup on it. Didn't do the full vacancy, but put in a non-recoverable rate that was at 5% and a 2% structural reserve. Regardless, our 935 898 NOI is higher than the actual at 902. For the record, the previous year I couldn't find it, but 2020 was 432,000, 2018 860,000, 2015 676,000. So we're not seeing we're seeing a building that's obvious vacancy issues in it. It's running higher than market, and I think that that's based on the style, which is what are you, an office or a warehouse? And 12.2% was the year in question. But on our workup, this is more of a semantic issue rather than a value disagreement. We just adjusted it upwards to 935,000 for the reasons indicated. My personal preference would have been I would have just gone with the 902 because actuals don't lie. There's no point wasting our time talking about what should a shortfall rate be, what should the non-recoverable rate be. It's 902,000 it made. That's what it's returning to the investor. That's all anybody cares about. And that's the highest it's been in 10 years, well, forever actually. As far as the cap rate is concerned, I think ours is on the high side. And the only reason I say that is despite its shortcomings, I think the biggest shortcoming, first of all, for some reason it was put in 1964. We know it's not. That's an error. But we have a clearly identifiable shortcoming, which is the vacancy. It's been addressed. So if you're valuing it and you're addressing the vacancy, after that, you look at the investment potential, and it is not doom and gloom because I've looked after it already. I don't want to double dip. If you have an issue that gets addressed in one area, it gets addressed. And so I think I would again view this as I don't think I'd call it an A in any stretch of imagination, but it's a good B. So 6.75%. I'd just like to change our rate to that. So that's 935,898. So that is a value of 13,865,516, rounded to 13,865,000. I'm just trying to apply a very sound principle on this, what I'm suggesting to you. Now, if you want to look at the previous year's assessment and try to compare assessments,
we don't put any weight on previous year's assessments.
Neither do I. That's all I wanted to say. I mean, that's why we reassess every 2 years. It just had a worse year. Thank you very much. That's my presentation.
Okay, Mr. Harlan, any questions?
You know what? When you were, because I know you were speaking to some previous information from previous years of income. You were talking about the chronic issues of vacancy. Like I didn't see anything in your brief on that. Can you just kind of give me some more information about?
Okay. Well, what I was doing was I was looking at, for example, the brief for 2023, which was done by Mr. Lobenstein, and you had a statement in there, and this would have been for 2020 year, and I came up. The income was really bad this year, probably their worst year. It was 432,000, actually about 433,000 of NOI. And I haven't entered as evidence, but if you want to look it up on your system later, it's on page 17 of last year's brief. That was what was submitted.
Okay, that's okay. I can search that.
Yeah, and that's all I was doing is I was going back through the income and expense forms.
Okay, and I just sorry, I just couldn't remember. So the revised cap rate you were using was 6.75. You were using.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
5. Okay, and I guess it's fair to say, like, yeah, like I know you've already went through this. Like you're relying on the actual income. Like I know the actual income you've used, and then like I guess the shortfall.
Yeah, I mean the thing about actual income, you can't use it just because it's preferable for you. Like if you have a bad year, sometimes it's just a bad year, and you can stabilize it with other years. This has been there's never been an NOI this high is what we've used. So I think we're being extremely reasonable here. It's an ongoing issue with the earning capability of it. With the vacancies. So that would strike me. That's what we ended up using the last year on it. It was the highest one we had actually.
No, that's all the questions I have then. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Duncan, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions, thank you.
All right, let's do one more property. 1347 Border. And we'll see where we're at with a
Yeah, right. Sorry, I'm gonna be slow getting there.
okay, okay, and
Got it.
under appeal is 3 points of appeal on this one. So Mr. Harling, I'll let you put in the basic information, then we'll deal with liability and classification.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the file number is 24-38686. The roll number is 075601700500. The address is 1347 Border Street. The owner is Neptune Properties Incorporated. 2025 roll year based on the emergency of April 1st, 2023 is assessed at $13,349,000. Would you like me to go through any more, Mr. Chairman? Or
no, we'll deal now first with liability and classification. So, Mr. Newfeld on liability and classification.
Yeah, I'm just looking that over. What was the file number of 1349 Border?
Yeah.
They're
3689. 3689.
689. Okay. All
We
right.
also have 3 points under 1349 Border as well.
Okay, 1 sec. And I'm just trying to speed us up here because we have the whole complex. There we go. Okay. No, we won't be pursuing class and liability on the file that's just been opened. It actually relates to 1349 Border. And I don't even have a presentation on it. But okay.
Okay, so you're withdrawing the class and liability then?
Well, yeah, on this one 1347, withdraw, or you can rule on it, whatever's simpler for you.
Okay.
Mr. Newfield, can you clarify that you would like to request a confirmation of classification and liability?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, I'll note that. All right. So then, Mr. Harleen, on value then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as indicated, the assessed value is $13,349,000. If you look under page 1 of my brief under the property description, we'll see there are 5 buildings. We have a total of 26 premises. It's 1-story buildings. The actual year builds range from 1975 to 1977, which is similar to the effective year builds. We have an overall effective year built of 1976. The wall heights range from 17 to 22 feet. Construction class is masonry bearing walls and is zoned for M2 manufacturing general. We have a land area of 280,252 square feet with a plan area of 117,095, which gives us a land plan area of 2.46. And then lastly, we have a leasable area of 115,588 square feet. If we turn to page 2 of my brief, we'll see the request for income information have been received. And the last time the property sold was in 2002, as you can see here. And also looking at page 2 and 3, you can see there, these are the subject leases we have on file in place. So like I said, I'm not going to go through all of these, but the board can kind of see that this is what we have in file and what's in place. Some are slightly older, some are newer. Okay, so if we turn to page 4 of my brief, we'll just see the subject location. Again, like it's located on Border Street. So again, in the St. James area, as you can see where it's situated here, just an overview. Turn to page 5 of my brief, you'll just see where the property is situated here with another picture, just where the little dot is. Then page 6, it's just another photo, just more of a zoomed in, just to get a better idea of the property where it's situated. Okay, now if we look at page 7, this gives us a better idea. Now we can see the parcel outline. So this is obviously a very large piece of, section of a property. You can kind of see there, you can count the buildings. There's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings. If we turn to page 6, just a bit of a further zoomed in photo just to show all the buildings and the property and the buildings on it in its entirety. Page 9, I've just tried to show some aerial view photos of buildings. So the first 2 buildings here, you can see here the 2 essentially kind of a more of a flex wheel warehouse storage buildings. And as you go along, you can kind of just, as you go, the picture at the bottom is just going going west from those 2 buildings. So again, just to try to show more of the buildings. I apologize, there's a lot of addresses on there. So page 10, this is just some further photos of the buildings. Again, just showing the top there, just showing from the front and then just the rear. And then bottom page 10, I've just showed more further zoomed in photo of the other buildings, 2 of the buildings from the west of the previous ones. And this is just a rear photo of them on page 11. And further, I've just shown further photos, just more zoomed in of the buildings, just again, because it's hard to get it all on one page. So I just wanted to show all the buildings in their entirety. So page 12 is just one of it zoomed in further. Let's continue on page 13, another one of the buildings. Page 14, this is another photo. This is just, again, located in Border, Notre Dame, as you can see here. So the building located on Notre Dame Avenue, again, just facing Notre Dame. Page 15. Okay, so page 16 here, these are just some street photos. I just try to show the buildings just to get an idea of how you can see a better idea how the configuration of the buildings. Page 16. Continuing on page 17, just some further photos here. And then page 18, this is just the photos on Notre Dame Avenue on the corner of Border Notre Dame. So again, you can kind of get an idea of the buildings, how they're situated, multi-tenanted use buildings. Okay, so we turn to page 19, my brief. We've classified this as a flex warehouse space. So you can see here we have a number of premises. There's 26 premises in total. Leasable areas we have in file range from 1,515 square feet to 6,800 square feet. Model rents range from $746 to $838. We're using an overall blended rent of $7.64. This gives us the potential rent of $883,083. Turn to page 20 of my brief. You'll see here we're applying the total leasable area is 115,580 square feet between all the buildings. We're allowing 4.5% for vacancy, which then gives us an effective gross income of $843,344. Allowing 3% for expenses, and $4 a square foot for shortfall, which then gives us a net operating income of $797,238. And then lastly, we're applying a capitalization rate of 6%, which gives us the estimated value of $13,287,000. Okay, turning to page 21, 22 of my brief. These are my rent comparables. So I'm not going to go through them all, but they're all in the same location. This is subject on Sargent, Dublin, Sherwin, St. James. So these are all in the same market regions of subject. Turn to page 22. This is the remaining comparables here. So they range in lease term from February 2020 to October 2022, lease start dates. Terms range from 3 to 10 years. Leasable areas range from 1,864 square feet to 7,583 square feet. Wall heights range from 11 feet to 22 feet. Effective year builds range from 1958 to 1988. And the rents in place range from $7.50 a square foot to $13.50. So I believe our rents can bracket the model rent. You turn to page 23 of my brief here. So you'll see here, we're applying a cap rate of 6%. So under the industrial section, 28th percentile, we're applying a 6% cap rate. And again, looking at the outside sources, I believe it would be supported by the outside sources as well. Page 24 of my brief is just the Municipal Assessment Act reserve information. Okay, so now turning to page 25, starting with page 25, this is the income and expense mailer that was provided. I will note that this mailer is, as you can see here, it's considering multiple roles here. So the income would be through a number of properties. So it's hard to really differentiate the income. So I'm mindful of that. So just want to let the board know that as we're going through here. So as I stated, it starts on page 25. As we keep going along, you'll just see the mailer, pages 34, 35, 36, 37 would be the tenant roll that we have on file. And this ends on pages 28. Or 38, I apologize. So those are all the rent rolls that we have on file. Page 39, this is just a site plan I was able to find. So just to get a better idea of all the buildings, I know we've seen photos of them, but you kind of get an idea of the entirety of the buildings here. You just kind of see them all where they're situated on Border Street here. Bottom page 39, I've just shown the essentially building sections just to show all the different buildings. So again, there's 5 different buildings. So you can kind of just see the different areas and how we've situated them. So there's the total gross area is slightly higher, but there is some, like the leasable layer we're slightly lower just because there's some space I believe that we wouldn't consider leasable, henceforth why there's a slight variation. This is continuing on page 40, just to give you more of a breakdown of the different buildings and the wall heights and the ages they were built. And then lastly, on pages 42, 43, and 44, this is just the, again, vacancy rates outside source, just to support the model, or to support the vacancy rate we've applied. That being said, that concludes our presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes. I just want to ask you about the statements. Firstly, so I'm looking, for example, on pages 33 and 35. Now they both state that the information was provided for 3 roles.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, and the now this information on page 36, did this accompany those submissions?
Yeah, that would be for like all 3 buildings. Yes. So.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Again, it's going to be much higher because I know it's incorporating other buildings.
No, yeah, I had some concerns about it, but for that reason, because, but okay. And then what you've got here then is on page 39 is the sketch of the site. And I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time reading this, but
yeah, I know they're kind of, it's hard to get in the full page. I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah, like, okay, so what I'm looking at is on the bottom right-hand side, then of course you've got 1349 and 1327 are then listed on this, within this sketch. They're not part of this roll though, right?
Oh, no, like I said, this is just trying to show, because like obviously it's all in the same block, if you will, right? So it's just a sketch to show all the buildings. So I'm mindful, yet those 2 ones are separate on separate.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm just trying to sort this this out here. So there are 5 buildings.
5 buildings, correct.
Okay. And yeah, and then you've listed the sections. I'm just going through these sections then relate to those 5. Those are the sections listed on page 40, 41.
Correct, yes.
Oh, okay. And then that then reflects what is stated on page 1 with the gross area and the leasable area.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And now the subject property leases, pages 2 and 3. Just were these then all entered into your system as separate? What do you call them? Commercial IDs?
I mean, these would be typically when we get the rent roll, we would enter the leases that they would show us on file, whatever. Yeah.
So each one of these, like what I'm looking at is the first one. That one's pretty simple. Lease start same date, Arctic buying, same tenant. They're beside each other on 1860 building. Excuse me, 5826 and 4912 square feet. So they were leased the total 10,700 feet for $550 a foot then. And now I'm looking on your workup here. Would not it have been more fair, and I'm going to page 19, when you look up those 2 properties, the 5826 square feet and the, what was it, 4490? No.
4710, I think, and
47. Oh, yeah. Okay. Right. They're both listed there at 6039 and 6040 as separate at 746 and 795 a foot when they're paying 5.5. Would your system, if you would put those together, have come with a different value?
I mean, if you add them together, if you will, you mean, or
Yeah, like what if it was just entered as one premise ID at 10,536 square feet? Would it come up at 762 a square foot?
I don't have the information on that. I mean, there could be some variation, economies of scale, right? There might be some slight variation, yeah. So
Yeah, I mean that's what I noted throughout here is that, and of course, you can see, or can you see on page 19 that you do implement some economy of scale, like the small spaces at
yeah, of course, yeah,
1,500
smaller.
feet are $8, and right, okay, and well, what is the smallest one on this? Or say the smallest rent is this premise 4958.
I think it's
The largest space, 7,100 feet at 744.
that's but that should be 7,123. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm just highlighting what our differences are. It appears to be the model and putting these together. And this is then the workup is still all model generated then on page 20.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Model
Okay.
direct,
And it's called a flex warehouse.
Mhm.
On your overhead picture, you've got, does you have one of the whole site? Well, I guess the best one is page 11. And the trucks lined up on the loading bays are how long? These are 40 footers
Yeah, these would
roughly?
be and the ones in the very top left-hand corner, yeah, would be.
Yeah. Okay. And there is on page 10 a semi that's parked on the side.
Yes, correct. It's also on page 11 at the bottom. Yeah, same div.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, actually, yeah, page 9 has a little bit better overhead view. Now the properties that are located on the I know this site really well. On the um, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The 1361 and 1367, they're at the top of page 10. They
Okay.
back onto a rail line, correct?
There is a rail line back there. Yeah.
Is it inactive or active, or do you know?
I honestly don't know. I can't say, so I'm not gonna make an assumption. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Duncan, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. McIntyre?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, a little bit out of order here, but starting with page 4. So this appears to be the same numbers that the assessor has entered, and these are from the statements. You'll notice 956,701 for base rent is the same. This is called Notre Dame Industrial Square, comprised of three rolls. It's actually 7 separate titles. The first 1347 border with the 5 buildings, the next one 1349 a single building, and then 1327 a single building. So it is one economic unit, and the statements are written that way. I have never seen a breakdown, and I've been working on this property since 2003, since when they bought it. And the NOI is listed at bottom of page 4 for all of the properties. And essentially, if you remove the capital improvements on there, which of course are not an expense, the NOI for all of them is about 700 and 70 um, $773,000, and our workup on it, and went through it, and we did segregate them all, and we came up with a potential income of 718,000 on the actuals. So that was taking all of these units that were listed on the assessors page 4 and 5 and weighing, not weighing them, but taking the total number. And this is call it a weighted average, what you like. And we also did a workup below where we did an allocation as well on the income. And this was because the incomes through it are fairly stable. The actually 1327 has been skewed downwards, and 1349 has also been skewed downwards, and 1347 has been skewed upwards. I see what he did now. He took he weighted it that way. But so the number is the way that this place would get valued isn't on the individual unit, because you can't break the expenses and the incomes down cleanly and simply. Some of these are semi-gross rents, and and if you go through the rent roll on the assessor's side, you'll notice that oh, okay, this isn't this is not their rent roll. That there are varying levels of recoveries on the sites. So it's just that at the time the deal was done, they had different rents. The building, as I was asking questions, backs onto a rail spur, and it's I don't know if it's in use, but it doesn't stop here anymore because the rail doesn't stop for a couple of cars.
Is that the rail line behind St. James Street? I think that's long been abandoned, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I think that the steel is still there. So I hesitate to say anything until it's actually been discontinued. But yes, you're correct, because there's St. James right there.
Yeah, I think the crossings have been discontinued, so there might be rail behind them because it's not worth taking the rails out. But
Right, exactly. But the idea was, when this was designed, is we could unload and rail and go into our cross-dock facility and put it in a truck in the front. And that's what it was built for. Right now, it's more contractor's establishment is the best way to characterize it. And the picture, I love this picture on page 1, because it gives you an idea of scale. When you look at the subject lands, and then across border from it are trailers. They don't fit. Again, it's 125 feet for a turning circle. So this site was never designed for the big trailer. You saw in the assessor's picture, there's a couple parked off to the side. Okay, 1, 2. But the whole site does not accommodate semi-trailers. So from that point of view, it has declined in. It's not an industrial A or B. It's the C category, as we would call it. And so we're using the actual income. It is an allocation, and now I'm looking at it. I can see now it's an allocation. In the long run, I'll tell you what we do internally on this. We have 3 separate appeals. They're never heard the same day. We add up the total of them and say, does this work for us? Okay. And then the owner takes the tax bill and splits it proportionally. So you're looking for a nice, clean work, not get one here. But now, years ago, I brought this to municipal board, and I was very pleased with the outcome. And we did it exactly that way, because you can't. They don't have the ability to break the costs up, and therefore it'd be an unfair representation. What we're doing is I think the best way to do it. So our NOI is 610, and in regard to the non-recoverables, you can see in the statement that there are no shortage of non-recoverables in this site. because of what it is. Cap rate 7.5, and in this case, I would never change that, because getting back to our distinctions on page, firstly, in regard to the Collier's cap rate report on page 36, and where industrial, for example, B6575, it's not a B, it's a C. I'm showing you from the pictures. So that's a high B. This is, remember, this is, our survey is done with, we have, how many appraisers do we have here? 5 appraisers and about 20 brokers. This isn't one guy sitting and dreaming up stuff. This is what we buy, we sell, we appraise, and we rank them. And this would belong at 7.5 firmly, and that is our value, actual allocated income. The thing about what we did on page 1, we see we allocated 82% to this site. If we made an error here, it balances out on the other one, which you're going to hear the other one today. So I think it's, I don't know what else you can do with joint statements here without doing a really expensive forensic analysis of it, going through every single invoice, like for cleaning the snow. How much are we allocating to 1327? How much are we allocating to 1864? It's not doable. So, and our primary difference to the assessor's workup is that I believe that in the income side, the model erred, because most of these are big multiple units. You can see on the rent roll that they are. And there's another factor here, is that if you look at our picture, page 1, buildings, the 2 oddly shaped buildings, each of them have 2 really bad spaces, the corners, and they rent for less. Those are the ones that you're going to see that drop the rental rate down, and they're all the big ones. But because they lack the frontage, and the ones in the back particularly are hard to get at. Sorry, I have nothing further to add. I think I'm pleased with this workup, and that's our position.
Okay, questions, Mr. Harling?
Yes. So I know you've alluded to this. You said it's so the way you've derived your income, like you've kind of said it, that you like it's 3 rent rolls. It's a rent roll of 3 different parcels, if you will. So
yeah,
how did you I know you kind of mentioned how you've extrapolated the income, but like you just took the rents and kind of that are in place and tried to come up with an income, I guess. Is that how you did it?
yeah, I see it now. And so actually, I came up with this method when I did the first municipal board on this in 2005. And I guess my people just copied what I did. But when I brought it into municipal board, we had all 3 properties under appeal. So the board had all the information in front of them. With this allocation, you don't have it all. And it'd be better if all 3 were heard at once. Mix, like I said, a mix of net and semi-gross rents in this building. That's the problem. Plus, I'm inherently lazy.
Okay.
So I just just look at the leases. Most of them are fairly recent. Like the ones that you pointed out previously, the ones at the top, these were signed in 2018. So those are a bit older too, right? So.
No, and there are and there are a difference in grade and quality. Like generally, we found that the ones on Notre Dame get higher rents because they've got the street traffic on Notre Dame, and there are a couple of them that are a little more retail oriented, so the rents are a bit higher. And then the corner units in the odd shaped buildings, the large ones are you get the lower rents. So on page three. We got the newer ones are all listed here. We had a couple in 21 and 22 that were $6.50 and $6. And you'd see that they're listed. We do a better job here. The first number 2, 3, 4, and 5, they're not numbered. Oh, and then 1393 border, that's an older one, but it's in the bill. It's one of the subject ones. But the newer ones, we had one that's $7 and balance it off with one at the newer one at $6. So I think overall the 620 is pretty reasonable.
And like, you know, like I know you kind of touched on the cap rate. So I know we kind of established like it, you know, obviously like when it comes to cap rates, single tenant building is going to have much more higher risk. So I get there's a number of buildings on here, but the income's fairly stable in here, right? So, you know, I'm not disputing if there's some vacancy if a tenant moves out, but there's going to be a less risk involved. Let's say if you lose a few tenants opposed to losing.
Well, yeah, but again, the same problem with 650 King Edward is, you know, we got low ceiling. It's been repurposed. It's, you know, at one point it was a small capacity cross dock, which was unload on rail and load to a small truck up front. That doesn't exist anymore in the city, mostly because the railway, unless you've got 150 cars, aren't even interested in stopping at your place. But the rail was closed. So when you repurpose it, and with the low ceilings, you also lose your appeal. Now, there's not one single national tenant in this place. So the owner is local, and the owner practices the policy of full. What rent do I have to give you to come into my place? Right. And yeah, you reduce the risk a bit. I agree with you on that basis, but you're also will never get the big increases. Like when there's you know, I wouldn't hide this, but in Rosser, I was talking about earlier, all the transport companies moving out there, they're signing rents at $11 because they got the big high cube space and they got the modern highway coming in front of them. But that doesn't mean everybody gets it. They're, you know, and the investment money moved over there as well. I don't know. I mean, there's no cottage industry of small time investors that'll be happy with this return. When this owner bought it, it capped at 13% on their purchase. Now, granted, that was almost 20 years ago, but at the time, other industrial properties were capping in the 10s and 11s. So you know, it always took a 2-point cap hit on the best properties out there.
You know, I guess in terms of some of the rents, like I mean, like you know, some of the newer leases here, they're getting anywhere from like you know $9, $8. So those are, you know, I get it, not $11 rents, but they're still pretty decent rents.
There are 1 or 2 rents in there that are fairly good, but before I would respond to that, I actually have to check the actual rent rolls, and because what we've been when we check it, they tend to be semi-gross rents, where they'll and let me just see if I can pinpoint an example of one.
Okay, can I get us moving along here? We're like 20 to 12 and we still got 5 properties to do, so.
Okay, well, that's my answer then.
Yeah.
I have to check if they're gross.
For sure. You know what? Then I have no more questions. Thank you.
All right.
Chairman, I have a redirect for the assessor.
Sure.
Just a clarification, Mr. Harling, page 1, you're showing the assessment as 13,349,000.
Is there an issue? I apologize. Or yeah, 13,000. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
27, you're showing it as 13,287,000.
Yeah, I just noticed that. You're right. I apologize. Like I said, I didn't get a chance to really review all of these in depth, so there probably is. Yeah. You know what? I would go with the value on the income workup. The 13,287,000. That would be the value I'd rely on. So I apologize. There was clearly something going on here.
Okay, thank you.
So I apologize. Thank you for pointing that out, though. So.
Okay. Now, for Mr. Neufeld, any questions, Mr. McIntyre?
No, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Duncan.
Yeah, just if I can do the same, just a one quick redirect to the city. I just want to confirm that the model assessed the one roll number, the one property within its numbers. It didn't combine anything, correct?
Like, what do you mean by combine anything? Sorry, I apologize, sir.
So the combination on the I&E and utilizing actuals, and the applicant utilized the
Oh,
combination.
no. Yeah, like I said, no, we didn't. It was just, yeah, it's just all all derived. There was no combining of the actual statements or anything like that. No. So
I just wanted to clarify that. And then for Mr. Neufeld, could you just tell me what the average rent per square foot then was considered in your
Well,
workup?
we use 620.
Okay. And my other question was, technically the properties could be sold separately. So a buyer in the market could want to purchase these separately, and they probably wouldn't necessarily be satisfied with combined maybes on which one's doing what. Would that be safe to say that they
Yeah, there are 7 titles. Each of these buildings has a separate title. But again, the problem is the horror story of the easement agreements, because some are landlocked, right? Um, we don't know why the role was never combined in the first place. It should have been, but we just take what was given us. I don't know.
So again, I certainly wouldn't want you to go into them all, but you've indicated there's probably the existence of multiple easement agreements.
No, they don't have to if it's common ownership. If they were marketed separately, and when this particular owner bought it, he bought all 7 titles at once. So I don't think there are easement agreements in place. It would be something that if you were considering a sale, that you would have to take the easement, take an easement on it, and then you'd also have to come up with what do they call it? A common area costs sharing. If you've got a stall in the middle or a building in the middle, do you have to pay for a share of the snow to get to your place? Yeah, probably, and you got to work it out. Um, it's probably not the most practical.
Could they be operated independently though? Like, do they have their own? I mean, they might be shared snow removal, but what about shared furnaces? Like,
Oh, each building is a standalone on that respect. But anything you see that's shared would be outside services of some sort.
thank you. No other questions.
Okay, if we turn to page 4 of your brief there, the non-recoverables.
Yeah, what do, I'm
I'm
just
just going to say they clearly include leasing commissions, tenant improvements, tenant entertainment, whatever that is, Christmas party or something.
well, maybe you didn't get your invite, I guess.
No. So then those very clearly can't be included in the non-recoverables.
Oh, absolutely. That's what you do include in non-recoverables. But what you do is you don't take them as they are the year they come in. You include a gross amount for them. Everything is recover. Everything that's not recoverable that relates to the operation is a non-recoverable. No matter what anybody tells you, the theory. I got the book.
Well, I've got the decision from the municipal board that was very emphatic on it.
Um, I don't know which one you're speaking about,
The
though.
444 St. Mary.
Oh, that one. Actually, I found that one quite vague. They agreed that the city's number, but they said, "Oh, because this building's higher, we're going to give it a higher number." Like, I didn't understand that. Like, you agree and yet you disagree, right? Regardless, that philosophy on that is not true to valuation. The You've been in this long enough, but I think Dave Saunders was this guy who thought you could do, and I'm sure Mr. McIntyre remembers, where you could say what your actual non-recoverables were, and then he also wanted an allowance for non-recoverables. And that's the mistake. If you have the allowance, it stabilizes all your years of allowances, and that's what it's in place for. That's what we do in our work. We're focused on how much money does that investor get in his pants, in his pocket, after all the costs have been paid, and that's what the sales are based on. And the commissions on the point is, no, you don't take a big commission hit, but you always have to allocate costs for all of these things. The only things you don't put in are amortization, mortgages, income taxes, capital costs. And I understand what you're saying. That's what that particular decision said. And the other thing about that is they were always, you probably don't want to hear any more about this, but I understand what you're saying. However, the other answer to your question is, if you look back to page, you look back to the statement. We did not. Let me see if we applied. In this case, we had semi-gross rents. That was the reason for the other reason why it's higher. We had a mix of gross and semi-gross. So when you use actuals, and you have a gross rent, you got to take out the costs, and you actually wipe out the need for a non-recoverable category. So those numbers were actually flowed into it. I would ask you instead just to focus on the statement numbers and not these parameters. Should be right. And I had another answer for something I said earlier. I had a chance to look it over. There are several semi-gross rents. All of the OMG candy rents at $8 is semi-gross. And you can see that if you work out the numbers on the assessor's page 37 and 38.
Okay.
I think that mixes into the non-recoverables. I'm sorry, I'm rambling a bit here, but bottom line, I don't think that's our big issue here. Our big issue is the rental rate and the cap rate.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for that then. We'll take a break until noon and then come back and hopefully get through the last half of the docket.
Half?
All right. Thank you. Welcome back. We'll go to 1215 Border Street, and I would ask that people expedite their presentations as much as possible. So thank you. And proceed, Mr. Harleen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The file number is 24-3682. The roll number is 0701004720. The address is 1215 Border Street, and the owner is Border Street Property Incorporated. 2025 roll year based on reference date of April 1st, 2023 is assessed at $5,682,000. If we look into the prop description below, we'll see here it's a there's 3 premises on file. It's a 1-story building. The actual year builds range from 1959 to 2011, with the effective year builds ranging from 1965 to 2011, and we're using an overall effective year build of 1979. Construction class is masonry bearing walls, and is zoned for M2 manufacturing general. We have a land area of 190,393 square feet with a plan area of 81,902 square feet. This gives us a land plan area of 2.32. And lastly, we have a total leasable area of 81,902 square feet. Okay, so we turn to page 2 of my brief. We'll see the request for information have been received. There have been no recent sales on the property. And if you look at the bottom of page 2, these are the leases we have in place on file. Okay, so in terms of page 3 here, so we'll see where the subject is located. So as indicated, this is on Border Street. So this is not very far from the previous property we spoke to, 1347 Border Street. So you can kind of idea where it's located in page 3. Page 4, you can see where the subject's located with a little icon there, just in the red dots, just to show where it's situated. Okay, page 5, my brief, you'll see here the parcel outline. So you can see here there's 2 buildings on the roll. And again, we're situated on Border Street and just south of its Saskatchewan Avenue. Page 6 is just a further zoomed in photo of the parcel outline. Page 7 is again just a further view of the subject, just to see the buildings, the 2 buildings on the site. Page 8 is just a picture of the subject facing Border Street. So you can see here the 2 buildings again.
Nathan, I'm on hearings.
The bottom of page 8 here, you'll just see a further picture of the first building here, just a zoomed in photo.
I'm on hearings.
Page 9 here, you'll just see another picture of the subject just located on the border. Page 10 of my brief, this is the other building on the site. You can see here it's located here just to show the picture of that building. And this is just the rear of the other building on the border. Now if we turn to page 12 of my brief, these are just some street view photos. So this is the first building here, as you can see here. Just showing some pictures of it, just to show the building. The bottom of page 12, this is the secondary larger building here. You can get some street view photos of that. This continued on page 13, just to showing the other building on its entirety. And then lastly, in page 14, this is just the rear of that building. So again, just pictures to show the 2 buildings on the roll. Okay, so you'll see here we have page 15 is the income workup. So we'll have the 3 premises as indicated. So with the total lease layer of 81,902 square feet, you'll see the rents, model rents are range from 488 square foot to 579. Applying an overall rent in place of $5, or overall model rent of $5.25, which gives us potential rent of $429,919. Relying 4.5% vacancy, which gives us the effective gross income of $410,573. Allowing 3% for non-public expenses was $4 a shortfall, which then gives us a net operating income of $383,514. And then lastly, we're applying an overall capitalization rate of 6.75%, which gives us an estimated value of $5,682,000. Okay, so we turn to page 16 of my brief. We'll see my rent comparables. So we can see the comparables here. They range in areas. We have Powell Avenue, Sargent, St. Matthews, Notre Dame, Sherwin, and Sherwin. So these are all in the same subject region, market as a subject. Lease start dates range from January 2019 to December 2022. Lease terms range from 2 to 6 years. Leasable areas range from 12,000 square feet to 47,000. Wall heights range from 15 feet to 22 feet. Effective URLs range from 1964 to 1970. And the rents in place range from $5.95 a square foot to $8.78. So those are the comparables, and I believe the model rent would fall within those comparable rents. Okay, turn to page 17 of my brief. We'll just see the cap rate information. As indicated, we're applying a cap to 6.75%. So again, falls within the 28th percentile of the properties the city of Winnipeg applies for cap rates. And looking at the outside sources, I believe that would fall within the range of what they've indicated as well. Okay, page 18 of my brief is just some municipal assessment accuracy information. Okay, now if we turn to pages, starting at page 19, this is just the income and expense mailer that the property owner provided us. So this is on page 19, 2021, 22, page 23 through 26 is just the mailer that we sent out. They just obviously fill it in a separate form, but they just provided us this. And then if we look at page 27 and 28, this is the actual income statement provided by the owner. So these are all the income, the base rent income, and then the expenses. Page 28 is the actual rents in place, so the rent roll. Let's continue on page 29. And then lastly, at the bottom here, I've shown a site plan here, so you can kind of see the 2 buildings. So you can see the main building here on 1245 Border, and then the one just across here, the smaller building at 1215. So you just get an idea of the site and the overall shapes of the buildings here. Page 30 is just the building sections, again, just to show the buildings when they were built, just because as I indicated the range of ages, so you can see the different sizes when they were built. And then lastly, pages 31 through 32 or 33 are just the vacancy report from the Johnson report, just to support the model, or sorry, support the vacancy rate. Okay, that being said, that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Sorry, I'm just looking at something here. So 81,902 square feet. Do you know what the ages of the sections are?
Uh, 1 second here, apologize. Pages here. I believe, yeah, so we have 53,239 square feet at 1959, 10,000 square feet at 303, and then 18,360 at 1979.
Okay, sorry. You had 1959.
If you want to see page 30 would probably be better.
Oh,
actually see it.
okay,
Yeah, so.
okay, page 30. Okay. I gotcha. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And then this totals 81, 902, and
Correct.
page 30. You don't have the dates on these, the sections? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm just trying to 2011. That's what I was looking for. Okay. And that section, building 2, section 1, the 10,300 feet, 2011. You know exactly where on the plan that is located?
I know it's in the larger building, but I don't have the exact space. I know there's a permit taken out. I apologize. I didn't put it in my briefs. I don't have the exact.
Okay, but like if I was looking at your picture, page 8, is that newer section supposed to be the one with the brown roof that's a bit higher?
Yeah, I think that would probably, like you said, yeah, that probably would correct. Yeah, I can actually check the history here quickly. Zero. Let's see here, 2009. Yeah, that looks about. Well, you know what? When I'm looking at our area view photos, I don't. I don't know if that is or not. So like I said, yeah, I apologize. I didn't put the. But it's a bit. You can see in page 8, it's a slightly higher wall height too, mind you. So that.
Okay, no, I was just looking at historical view and going back to 2005, and the footprint hasn't changed.
Yeah, exactly.
It actually is reduced rather than increased. But the footprint we see today was in place in 2005. So I'm wondering if it's a misstatement here, because this was actually a section that was at dock height that they removed the dock and rebuilt the section. Would that be a fair way, or do your notes say that?
No. I will note on their rent roll they do indicate it's 81,860, so I don't think there's a dispute.
No, I'm not disputing that. It was just
okay.
Just when I saw the 2011 age, I know that it was based on removing a dock height in 2011 to get it after the rail was discontinued, and changing it to at grade.
Yeah, I was looking for the permit. It actually says here 10,303 square foot crane bay addition to existing warehouse.
Okay. And I guess that's the way it was it was done at the time. It was probably because the demolition was so great. I just want to make sure I got that straight. Thank you. And on your rent roll, you list, I'm looking, sorry, page 2. You've got Northwest at 550 and William F. White at 675. I'm just wondering if you compared that to what they claimed on their rent roll on page 28.
Let's see here, 675. It looks like in 550 is what they've indicated on the rent roll, I think. So
yeah, what is the William F. White space on page 28, the rent roll? You see the rent application, and then the underneath it an adjustment.
Here for the William White here, I see here rent commercial. So where's the under the adjustment 3 where it says rent commercial whatever, which shows the brackets there? You mean, or
yeah, exactly.
Yep. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So what they ended up doing was, for lack of a better description, collecting a fair bit more rent, and the recoveries were also reduced.
Common area maintenance, looks like, yeah, yeah, looks like that, yeah.
Okay, so on that basis, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at that as being 566 gross on rather than anything else net. I just took 22,175 a month times 12 divided by 47,000 because that so I'm just wondering how it ended up being reported as a net rent on page 2.
I guess maybe somebody didn't notice that at first, so that was something we'll have to probably adjust then, so.
Okay, and then that also shows that 16,500 square feet has been vacant, is vacant.
It says it was vacant from, I believe, yeah, February 22nd till the December, yeah, correct.
Okay, and did you go back in time at all just to look at what the vacancy history has been?
I did not do a breakdown of the previous vacancy rates, no.
Okay, that's fine. And everything then was done by the model then on whatever. Oh, sorry, I don't know what page your workup was on, but the one with your workup on
It would be a mall drive, correct, yeah.
page 15. Okay. Okay, I think that's all I was going to ask you today. I just wanted to look quickly at yes, there was one other thing on here. The land to plan area is about what is it, about 2.3 to 1? Is that below average?
I mean, I guess you would argue 4 to 1 is kind of standard.
Yeah, okay.
But they, like, I mean, when I look at the picture too, like, I mean, I think they have access. They can still get trucks and stuff in there, no problem. It looks like so. But anyways, yeah. But yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, questions, Ms. Duncan?
Just if you were to adjust the rents from the gross to the net, would that not change your numbers?
Well, those are the rents in place. So again, we're using like I think actually our overall blended rent is 525. So we're lower than, I mean, I guess yeah, we're not really saying necessarily, we're saying we're using the rents in place. Obviously, we're using a model rent. So.
Okay. So the model would be using gross or net rents?
We would use net rents.
But did I just misunderstood your response was that what was shown in here was net, so that was significantly less than what the model presented, but you're still with just model rent?
No, like the what I reported on page 2, that's like what we had, like, like as Mr. Newfield pointed out, that's the actual base rent initially was 675, but then there's a deduction, it looks like. So that's just what the rent in place is. So we didn't use these rents to derive our model though. So like the actual rent lease in place, these are just the leases in place. So our model rent is derived on you look at net rents essentially of similar sized buildings, and that's how we derive it.
So would that have made a difference on the rent comparable selected?
Well, no, because I don't believe so. No, because the rent comparables I've shown would be, I'm just trying to find buildings of similar size, age, location. Well, like those factors, how I derive my comparables. So.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions either, so you can proceed, Mr. Newfield.
Thank you. I'm just sorry, I just wanted to open up a second document here. The number here is driven by the statement, but I can tell you that that's probably not what should have been used necessarily, but if you note our page, actually, our page 3 showing a net loss, and one of the big things in the net loss is even if you dismiss leasing commissions, is still 0. They lost $448,000. And repairs, of course, are a totally reasonable expense. No one should dispute. And the bad debt expense, that was related to a previous period. I'll get to that shortly, but it's still a money-losing proposition. And I guess I know a bit more about this building. So when you look at the picture, page one, there used to be two protrusions from the building, from the big building on the north side, downwards. One was on the rail side. So they ended up demolishing all of that, and then the brown roof section. I guess you could classify it as a total rebuild, because the foundation had to be, the 3-foot dock height had to be removed and turned into usable space. So I guess I agree with the characterization of it being a 2011 age. The problem in this building is when one looks at the rent roll on page, the assessor's page 28, is the vacancy in the building. Now, this hasn't changed in 14 years. Since they lost their, since 2010, when they lost 11, when they lost their major tenant, and that's when they did the rebuild, and it's been like this ever since. So the rent roll on the William F. White unit is discounted, so that's in it for book rent, but it's been discounted. That's what they're actually getting out of it, is $566 gross. William F. White, I don't know if you even know who they are, but they rent equipment for movies, mostly lighting and scaffolding. And so the income coming off of it is pretty weak, very, very weak. And as I said, it's been like that since 2011. And in the last cycle, it was the same thing. They actually had a tenant in that William F. White space who, that's where the bad debt occurred, that showed up in the current statement, because they didn't pay the rent, and they closed up. It's and that back then in 2020, they had Northwest Wholesale as a tenant, and then they had another tenant in the 47,000 feet who didn't pay their rent, and then the other section was not rented at all. So this has just been bad for years and years. And I guess I'm kind of at a loss here. I wish we're trying to get this, be as expedite this as best we can. You have one section that's getting $550, and you have another section that's probably getting about $2, and then you have a big empty section. I guess this is a little bit what I was saying earlier about taking and double dipping on expenses and problem areas. I'm still agreeing with that. You can't have it both ways. Essentially, I guess the best way to treat this would be to put on a $550 rent, and then put a big vacancy on it, and then a normalized cap. That's how I would do it. I didn't do this, but if I was doing that today, yeah, okay. So I guess I would probably propose a slightly different value to you, and make this very quick. The $550 rent is achievable for potential rent. That would make the whole building at the rent about roughly almost what the assessor has on it. And so I don't dispute that is a pleasant enough potential rent. And if I put that in 429,919, and then I would apply a 20% vacancy, very, very high, because essentially 15,000 square feet out of the 81 has been vacant forever. So that's, well, I'll be a bit more precise, 18.5%. And then I think then that takes care of the risks associated with it. And then basically because of the utility of the building and the lack of room, you would be looking for a bit more room, and the access to it is coming off St. James onto Border is not the greatest location. I mean, it's not horrible, but I was going to suggest a 7% cap, and that puts my number at 3,354,000. And I'll probably have to. Yeah. Is that murky enough? I just problem is that I don't do these reports up. I just come and present them, and then I have to disagree with them. I just see I would have approached it differently. That's all I was saying. I'd go heavy on the vacancy. That's basically it. So my number's 3,354,000. I'm just going to repeat that all. So I'm going to accept the assessor's potential rent of 429,919. That's about $525 a square foot, and that seems about right. 18.5% vacancy. I left in non-recoverable. Oh, I see. No, I have to change another number. I'm going up, not down. Wow, C21. Oh, I see. Use the actual non-recoverables. Okay. Notwithstanding a very interesting discussion on non-recoverables, I'm still going to use 5% and 2%, and the shortfall. I haven't worked it out, so I'm going to change it to the assessor's number because I don't want more problems at $4, and capped at 7%. My value is, so my NOI is 265,281, and capped at 7% is 3,790,000. And I guess we're not really that far off on the cap or the rent. Essentially, this is a vacancy problem, and it's not a 3-year problem. It's a 15-year problem. Regard to how does this fit with the statement? Well, the statement, as you've seen, indicates even if you want to take it and add back in every single non-recoverable expense on it, they're still losing it's $79,000 a year NOI. So we're substantially higher than that. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Harling?
Yeah, just a few. I won't take very long. So I appreciate you making those adjustments there, Mr. Neufeld. So in terms of so how long? Like I was looking at kind of the history, and I've noticed there's a few years of vacancy. So, so how many years would you say that this unit's been vacant? I guess, or
By the way, I'm just emailing you my work up now, not the board, but to you, because I have to erase it. It was right after the tenant moved out who occupied the larger building, and at the time I think it was 52,000 square feet that they occupied. And when they moved out, then they demoed the dock I mentioned. And so it looks like the work was done in 2011. And since then, that's how long it's been a problem. I've gone back to 2020, and let me just go back to 2012 here, just to take a look at the statement here. Oh, wait, no, sorry. They had a tenant in at $4 a foot from 2011 to 2013. And Northwest was still there. So maybe 2013. And look at 2018 statement here. Yeah, no, that's the guy who didn't pay the rent there in 2015 to 2018. So yeah, 2013 I would use as a date.
Okay, and I'm just curious. So, I as of now, there is I guess a tenant in there now for a longer term lease, I guess.
Um, right now, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't.
If we're talking about right now as of a state, it's obviously post-reference information.
Yeah.
Was it vacant on uh, um, the assessment date is the issue.
Yeah.
Well, I was just looking at the rent roll here, and I've just noticed that it says here like 1245 border. It says vacants February 22nd, and then it says here this Randall Plumbing and Heating moved in December 1st, 2022.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's um, yeah. I mean, I'm looking at a picture of it dated. I don't know. It's the street view dated. Oh, July 2023. I got no Randall in the building. It's still just Northwest is the only tenant.
Because I know I just look at the rent roll that they provide us. Like I just noticed here, it says here, yeah, Unit 2, 1245 Randall Plumbing and Heating. It says December 1st, 2022.
Okay.
To February 20th, 2033.
Well, I got William F. White still in there, and Northwest Plumbing still in there as of July 2023. And no Randall. I'm looking, and I'm just looking at Street View from July of 23, back and front. No signage, no trucks. That's as good as I can answer that right now.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at the master railroad they provided us.
Like William F. White has the entire front part of it. And I think there's a section at side that would have been likely the Randall space. Unit 1, 1245, William F. White. Yeah. And their trucks are down all the way across. No, nothing
All
here.
right. All right. I see the Randall on the rent roll with no rent mentioned, but
That's kind of what I was thinking too. Northwest has that entire building on the south part. And so the Randall would have to be in the big building. Oh, of course they would, because that's Unit 2. But I'm looking to the north entrance. There's nothing there.
Okay. So,
all right. Let's move onwards and upwards.
right, I'll leave it at that then. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McIntyre, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Duncan?
No questions, thank you.
All right. So to put it, the issues, then it's mostly a vacancy issue.
Yeah, that is correct. I would characterize it as a vacancy issue here, almost alone. But yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on then, keeping on border, and there should be a hazard penalty for Border Street, worst street in the city for potholes.
Yeah, I won't lie, it's pretty bad.
Okay, so in 1349 border. Oh, okay, and there are also 3 points of appeal on this one. So if you can just lead us with the basic data there, Mr. Harling, and then we'll deal with the classification liability.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. The file number is 24-3689. The roll number is 07010091000. The address is 1349 Border Street. The owner is Neptune Properties Incorporated. The 2025 roll, your base number of estate date April 1st, 2023 is assessed at $2,321,000. And yeah, so I'll leave it there.
Okay, now Mr. Neufeld on classification and liability.
We're still working on it. As you can see, the tenant is Peguis Child and Family Services. So I think what we'll probably follow up on this through a different channel, because we can make application for the assessment department that way. We're not entirely sure Child and Family is exempt, but the prior tenant was an educational institution, Yellow Quail College. So I got nothing to present to you, so we'll just confirm it and move on, and we'll
Okay.
deal with it in another avenue.
Okay, so we'll confirmation requested on class and liability. All right, so then Mr. Harling on value.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so as I'll continue, as I indicated, the value is assessed at $2,321,000. We look under page one of my brief, you'll see the prop description. So it is a one-story building, 2 premises. The actual year built is 1976, which is the same as the effective year built. Wall heights are 22 feet. Construction class is masonry bearing walls. It is zoned for M2 manufacturing general. They have a land area of 26,420 square feet with a plan area of 17,330 square feet. This gives us a line to plan area of 1.52. And then we have a total leasable area of 17,345 square feet. Okay, if we turn to page 2 of my brief, we'll see the request for income permission had been received. There is a sale in here. It's an old sale. I will let you know that as a multi-roll sale, and it's old, so just to let you know that. And then these are the 2 leases we have on file. As Mr. Neufeld indicated, Peguis Child and Family Services does tenant both those spaces, and those are the leases in place that we have on file. Okay, page 3 of my brief. This is just on, again, Border Street. We already spoke to previous properties of this. It's in the same area, so I'll kind of go a bit quick with this. So page 4 is just the location. Page 5, this is the parcel outline of the building. Page 6, just another photo, just of the parcel outline. Page 7, you can see a picture of the building here on Powell and Border Street. Let's continue on page 8, just some further photos from different angles on Powell and Border. Page 9, these are the street view photos you can see here. Again, just where the buildings are located. And then this is another picture of the building on page 10. Okay, if we go to page 11 of my brief, we'll see the income workup. So we classify this as a flex warehouse. As I indicated, there's the 2 premises. Total lease area is 17,345 square feet. We're using an overall blended rent of $7.85, which gives us a potential rent of $136,149. We're allowing 4.5% for vacancy. This gives us the effective gross income of $130,022. 3% for non-controlled expenses, as well as $4 a square foot of shortfall, gives us net operating income of $122,999. We're applying an overall cap rate of 5.30%, and then just gives us an estimated value of $2,321,000. Page 12, maybe, for some of the rent comparables. So here's comparables. So they're located in Dublin, Wellington, St. James. So these are all in the same region as the subject. They range from lease start dates range from January 1st, 2021 to August 2022. 3 to 5 year leases. Areas range from 6,400 to 12,061 square feet. Wall heights range from 14 feet to 22 feet. Effective rear bills range from 1958 to 1990. And the rents in place range from 775 square foot to 875. So again, I believe the model rent comparables, or the model rents bracket the comparable rents. Turn to page 13, my brief. As indicated, we're using a cap rate of 3.50%. So this does fall slightly outside the range of the city's 28th percentile. So I'm mindful of that. Again, some of the factors that would drive that cap rate would be, it is small, it's a smaller piece of smaller property, location, wall height. So those are some of the factors that would drive the cap rate, but I'm mindful of that. Page 14, my brief, municipal system accuracy of information. Pages 15 through 20, I guess I'll say 24 or 20, apologies, 22. This is just the income expense or the income expense mayor provided, just the mailer. Turning to page 23, this is just the actual rent in place. Well, I apologize, I should say this is actually the situation previous to the previous properties where it's combined with multiple roll numbers. So yeah, so that's something I'd like to mention. Page 24, these are just the rent roll we have in file. And this is continuing on page 25. Page 26, this is just a floor plan, just to show the building. So there's the 2 units. You can just kind of see here. It's mostly used for office space based on the floor plan we have in file. And page 27 through 29 is just some vacancy reports to support our vacancy rate. That being said, that concludes my presentation. And no more questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes. Well, workup done by the model on page 11.
Correct, model derived, yeah.
And as a flex warehouse.
Correct.
And what is the use today?
It's being used by like the tenant, like what's being used for the kind of, I guess, the office area, from my understanding, just from the pictures, I guess. So
Child and Family Services, a social services facility.
correct, that's who uses it, correct.
And prior to that usage, do you know, you're aware that it was a educational facility?
I was not aware of the tenant at the time of previously, so.
Okay. Would the numbers have been different in your workup had you characterized it as a, I guess, an office or something like that?
If anything, I think the rent might be higher, to be honest with you, but there's some potential of it. I don't have the numbers exactly on that, so.
You said the rent might be higher, but your actual rent, your rent in your model is almost exactly what they're paying.
Well, I'm just saying.
Why would you should it be higher?
Well, I mean, would you not agree, Mr. Newfield, office rents are typically higher than, I guess, industrial or flex warehouse rents?
Yeah, today they're deceptive.
Okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, but fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, I know what you're saying. Okay, just we're having light with it. Okay, the cap rate at 5.3 then was an industrial one that was derived, and I'm just looking for your page, your printout of all your cap rate stuff. It's in here somewhere, right?
Page 13, yeah.
Okay. And page, okay, yeah, sorry. Page 13, industrial. This is at the lower, below your 20th percentile.
Correct. Yeah, as I mentioned, yeah.
And if it were office, would your cap be higher than this?
I mean, if you look at the office suburban A and B, it's in that range, 5.25 to 6.75. So it's in the same range, I guess, if you will. So, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, one more question here. How many parking stalls are there?
I don't have that. I don't have the information.
Do you have an overhead view of it? I'm looking your page 6. Does that red represent a lot line?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, in front of the building there, that would be probably about 4, 5, 6, maybe about 10 to 15.
I was gonna say 14, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, 14, 15 in that range, yeah.
And the building is 17,330 square feet. Sorry, did you check about the parking bylaw?
I did not. No, I didn't look into that.
Why is the leasable area 15 square feet more than the plan area?
There could be some I mean, you're right. It's pretty minor here. Could be just like some maybe area that's, yeah. I don't have the exact number. Well, if we go to the floor plan here,
Oh, yeah, okay.
it's on page 26 here. Unfortunately, doesn't have the dimensions here. So,
Well, what you're looking for is something vertical,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like a
Yeah.
floor.
So,
Cantilevered area. I don't
yeah, I
know.
think it might be something of that nature. Yeah, that would make the most sense. Yeah.
Like there's an old loading dock at the upper left corner. Would you
Yeah.
have the canopy for the loading dock in
I
there?
see that. Yeah, that probably could be potentially. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously pretty minor, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right. So that might be an error. Fair to say?
I could take a look into it and further investigate.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. Sorry, that's all I wanted to ask you.
Okay, Ms. Duncan, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. McIntyre?
I have no questions, thank you.
All right, I have no questions. Oh, just one question then. At 5, your cap rate, you're saying it's one of the better industrial area warehouses in town. Is that would that be correct? I
I don't
mean,
believe. I mean, like, what do you mean? Like that? Indicating that I think it's one of the better is what I don't remember.
yeah, based on the cap, it seems to be inordinately driven on size. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I wouldn't just say it's just size. It's we look at all the factors of the building. So, yeah, so I can't say for certain, like, wouldn't be one attribute it's taken into account, but yes, it is a smaller space, which would, obviously less risk involved in a smaller space than a much larger. So, but
Yeah. Oh, all right. Thank you. So you can begin, Mr. Neufeld.
Well, I'm going to change this again, but I'm going to make it real simple too. Um, the manner in which we derived it was taking a percentage of it. And I remember what I said to you earlier. It's going to skew off. Some of these might be higher, some might be lower. This one's too low because, as you can well see, the rent's $8 a square foot, and I don't know why we have 18,000 feet either. So let's make life real simple. We'll adopt the assessor's NOI. Reason I'm going that way, even though I disagree with some of their stuff, is he's got it at 785 a foot. So the 15 cents covers my pride for non-recoverables in there. But it also makes our lives easier. 122,999. And the cap rate is the target. It's not industrial. It's been in office use for I'm going to say 15 years, maybe longer. It's been for as long as I remember. And the assessor pointed out the sale in 2002. Well, I began working for this company after they took possession in 2003 and did the municipal on it. I don't know, 04 or 05 or something, been through all of it. It's always been an office. Now, what I was asking about the parking is, as it's on page I found this it would be classified as a social services facility, which is on my page 16. So social service facilities, that's parking code 17. Permits it? Oh, it's not permitted in M2. Oh, that's a little bit strange. So M2, okay. Well, non-permitted use, so it's legal non-conforming. 17,330 square feet on the parking category 17, which is listed on my page 14, is one for every 550 square feet, including assembly and conference rooms, but not less than 2 spaces. You saw the pictures, they have a assembly room. So 17,330 divided by 550 is they require 32 parking stalls for the usage, and they have 14. It is below the bylaw. Again, another legal non-conforming use. Where I think this comes in on the cap rate side is when you're looking, your lease expires and want to get another user in there. No guarantee you're going to get them, and that's the risk level. 122,999 and we're going to use 7.5% cap because that's the risk level you're dealing with. Very low land ratio, and it's another change in use. This is designed. It's called Notre Dame Industrial Square, not Notre Dame Social Services Square or Notre Dame School Square. So it's been repurposed. My number is at 7.5% is 1,639,999,986 actually, 1,639,000 rounded to 1,640,000. And as far as where does this cap fall, if you were looking at the Colliers, we don't track social services. It's not a good office. It's not a good industrial. It's miscellaneous office was what we would categorize it as. Our office rent in suburban is Class B suburban, 6.5 to 7.5. Puts it right in our top of our range as miscellaneous for what we sell properties for. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Harleen?
Just a quick question. So what was the maybe I just didn't hear what was the NOI or the potential rent you're using? Because
I just adopted yours. I mean, I was going to put in $8 and then I started doing the math, but I wanted a greater non-recoverable, and you had 785, and like I said, no point arguing for that little bit of money. We'll just agree with your NOI because it philosophically fits mine.
Okay. No, because I was just wondering because I just if I use our NOI, the model NOI, it's 122,999, and if we use 8% cap rate, that would make it 1,757,000.
What? Okay, sorry. Let me try that again because I'll change it. But
I get 1,640,000 as well.
Which and what was the NOI you were using? Or using
123,000.
123.
Okay, well, you rounded, yeah.
7% cap, or which cap were you using?
7.5.
Oh, 7.5. Oh, I thought you said 7. Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I mean, I was saying it's. You look at our Colliers range, and that's still at the high end of the B, which would put it at the low end of the C, which is where it belongs.
Okay. So I guess I just a question on that. Then I guess when I look at the cap rate chart, well, if I look at the Colliers, the range is anywhere from 6 to 7 on the high end. So.
No, you're okay. I know what you're looking at. You're looking at your report on your page 13.
Correct.
Yeah. This was withdrawn, and on the explanation for it is on our page 39. It turns out that the people putting it together at the time failed to mail in or phone in or send in their numbers, so they ran the previous year's number in there in error. So what we looked at it is we just withdrew that one entirely, and we're looking at Q4 2022, and also weighing in on where did Q3 2023 go. Not because we're looking for post reference. We're just looking to see how did this trend out. Does this make sense? A continuity check. And so you see suburban B 6.5 to 7.5. The post reference is 7.5 to 8.5. We use high end of B suburban 7.5, and this is what I was saying earlier. As a result of this, that's when now I get to write these things. You're going to put my name on it. So next cycle, we're going to see. You're going to put the signatures on all where you got these cap rates. You're going to have to put my name on there.
Okay, so I guess my question is, why are you going to the extreme high then? Like, I mean, like, what are the factors that you use to derive that?
Location, quality. It's been repurposed. It was never designed as an office. It was designed as an industrial. Really poor location. Lack of parking for suburban. Less than half of what bylaw requires. It's not a pretty building. It's a utilitarian building. Like the concept between class A and B is you're still looking for um, aesthetic. Now I'm sitting in this building, which is a B, and it's glass and steel, and it has this big image, and you can see it from the arena, and it looks shiny, right? Um, and a little bit more prestige. When you drop out of the A's and B's, you just want space to work in, right? And that's all this is, space to work in. It's a shell. I mean, it's provides office. It's got air conditioning. It's got heating. It's got doors, and no, without any amenities. Like years ago, Ken Croach did this analysis and rating system, and it was interesting. I never presented it as evidence, but you rate all the things that something has. For example, a B, you got to have amenities. So in my case, we got a restaurant across the way. We're on the Skywalk. We have underground parking. Got a guy at the front door, and we have a day porter. Right, that gets you to a B. This has none of that. That's why it's a C.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Ms. Duncan?
Yeah, so just if I heard you correctly, is the city's chart on their page 13 with all the third-party cap rates, you're saying that the Colliers numbers are wrong on there.
Right. Yeah.
Cycle that they'll be corrected. But for this cycle, these would be the numbers submitted by the company, right?
Well, no. We don't submit these. We don't give anybody permission to use them. And if you'll note in my workup, I showed you the disclaimers. We don't give people permission to use them and use them as evidence. We object to it, and we've told the city, don't use these numbers because they're not hard facts. They're not like gospel. You don't just walk in the street and say, hey, give me a 7.5 cap, give me a 6 cap because your board said so. Everything we do is individual like that. And this is actually a sales pitch, the Colliers cap rate. It's a sales brochure. And you're going to see changes coming to be more reflective in the write-ups of what's actually happening in the business. And 2 years from now, if I'm still around, you're gonna have my name down there, and that'll be interesting.
So just if I'm understanding what you're saying then, because I and again, it may not have been you, it may have even been a different applicant, but these numbers, even the other third parties numbers for cap rate ranges with the 20th and 80th percentiles, I thought have been referenced even by applicants. When they're justifying when their cap rates are within those parameters versus the cities.
Right. That's exactly. I understand. That was their other issue with it.
Yeah. But it's like a second low. Sometimes they're usable, sometimes they're not. So
right. One of the things I would point out to you, if you look at the suburban B line, you'll notice that the Colliers is lower than the CBRB and the Cushman substantially, like by a whole point, 0.75 of a point. So this is how we knew it was in error. And then when I went back and checked the numbers, I found out that it equals last year's one. It just was never changed. And the other one we're out of whack on is some of the was mostly office. There were some industrial numbers that were a bit off. And multifamily.
If you don't mind, Mr. Neufeld, I'll just kind of interject quickly. I'm hearing what you're saying. Definitely some what you Colliers has assessed yourself specifically, some flaws in the numbers based on your calculations, but those numbers have or not ever been taken into consideration by Colliers in the current cycle, not correcting it to improve for the next cycle.
Well, not they were. It looked like they were updated in Q3 2023, finally, And then I noticed that there was another error in one of the 2024 submissions where it was the same as the previous year. And so our people doing it were changed on quarter 3, 2024. And actually, my daughter's the one who's going to be signing it, but it's a collaborative work.
Okay, so some of it was used and some of it not later on.
Yeah, it was.
Okay,
But our disclaimer is on page 38 of my evidence, and I made it really, really big. We don't work for the city. They shouldn't be using this unless they, to support what they're saying, because we also have definitions. The assessor asked about how come it's not a B. Well, our description right there, page 30. Sorry, I'm sounding a bit like Donald Trump. I've been listening to him too much. Page 38, description of buildings, we do differ.
Okay. No, thank you. No other questions.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to 777 Century Street. So, Mr. Harling, you can begin.
Thanks, Chairman. Okay, the file number is 24-3928. The roll number is 07560166600. The address is 777 Century Street, and the owner is Emerald Company 639-3250 Canada Incorporated. The 2025 roll year based on rooms dated April 1st, 2023 is assessed at $3,515,000. If you look under page 1, the prop description, we'll see it's a 1 to 2 story building. Actual and effective rear builds are 1958. Wall heights are 22 feet. It's a masonry bearing wall construction, and it's zoned for M2 manufacturing general. Land area is 148,755 square feet with the plan area of 35,045. This gives us a land plan area of 4.19, and we have a total leasable area of 40,924 square feet. If we look at page 2 of my brief, we'll just see the request for information we received. The last time the property sold was in 2010, and we have no leases in place in our system. So page 4 of my brief, just the location of the property. So as I indicated, it's on Century Street. So again, in St. James area. Page 5, this is the parcel outline of the subject on page 5. Page 6, this is just another view of the property. So you can see where the building's situated and the additional land at the side here being used for storage. Page 7, it's just a photo of the property on Wellington Avenue, just to show the building and the property in its entirety. This continues on page 8, facing Century, as you can see here. Page 9 is just a further photo. And then page 10 is just some further photos just from different angles, just to show the entire buildings. Okay, page 11, this is just a street view photo. This is on Century Street, as you can see, just facing the building. Just some further photos of the additional land being used for storage. And then this is a picture on Wellington Avenue facing the subject property. So just to show pictures of the building. Okay, so we turn to page 14 of my brief. See, we're classifying this as a storage warehouse. Total leasable area is 40,924 square feet. We're applying a model rent of $585 a square foot. This gives a potential rent of $239,405. We're allowing 4.5% vacancy, which gives us an effective gross income of $228,632. We're allowing 3% for expenses, as well as $4 for shortfall, which gives us overall net operating income of $214,407. And lastly, we're applying an overall capitalization rate of 6.10%, which then gives us an estimated value of $3,515,000. Turn to page 15 of my brief to see my rent comparables. So you can see here they range, some of the locations are Bunting Street, Sherwin, Inkster, Dublin, and Bannister Road. Lease start dates range from October 2018 to April 2022. Lease dates are 1 to 10 years. Lease layers range from 35,870 square feet to 58,000. Wall heights range from 12 to 30 feet. Effective rear builds range from 1963 to 1970. And the rents in place range from $6.25 square foot to $8.27. Just looking at page 16 of my brief, again, we're applying a capitalization rate of 6.10%. So again, falls within the 28th percentile cap rates. And then I believe there's some support from the outside sources, but page 17 of my brief, just some municipal assessment accuracy of information. Page 18 is the income expense mailer that we received here. Turn to page 20 of my brief here. So you can just see the rent in place is 580. Our actual rent is pretty much bang on to that. So I don't think there's any dispute of the rent here, but that's what the rent that they're achieving here. Let's continue on page 21 and 22. And then lastly, on page 23 here, I just have a older floor plan we had on file. Again, it's pretty old, as you can see here. So it's just to show some breakdown of it. And then pages 24 and 25 and 26 are just outside source vacancy rates to support our vacancy rate. That being said, that concludes my presentation. We'll questions. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yeah, well, you were using a different area than the same total rent, different area, different rate per square foot. Do you know where the discrepancy comes in?
Which page is that? I apologize. Which are you looking at?
Their mailer indicated 41,235 square feet, and you've got 40,924 square feet.
Yeah, there could be some. Yeah, like I said, without digging into it deeply, it could be just maybe some space that we didn't think that
you didn't. Okay, and nothing turns on it. I just want to make sure we noted that. That's all. Essentially, our issue is the capitalization rate. So for a building that's predominantly built in 1958, what would be the expected lifespan of an industrial building built in that was today 66 years old, 67?
I don't have the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure most of this stock in St. Denis is a much older building. So I feel like this building was they go for a long time, honestly.
Sure, no, but does your model do age, or does it do remaining economic life?
I don't. I'm not gonna. I can't speak because I don't have the exact breakdown.
Okay.
So yeah.
And anybody ever been in this building to inspect it?
I've only done exterior inspections. I have not physically been in it. So
okay. And everything is done by the model then, right?
Model director.
Okay, that's all I was going to ask.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre, any questions?
No, my question regarding inspections has been asked and answered. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Duncan.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Neufeld has brought up the discrepancy in area, so that's been asked and answered. So, Mr. Neufeld, you can begin.
Yes, and the only way that the impact of this is actually a larger, if you agree on the rent, a larger area produces a lower value than a smaller area because the shortfall is higher. It's just a unique, a bit of a mathematical point of interest. We used their declared rent on the area they used, and we worked it out. I think most of our things are different. So obviously, we differ on the non-recoverables, and we differ on the shortfall. Again, one of the things in the shortfall is a very high ratio of taxes. As taxes have gone up, the shortfall number the assessor uses has not gone up, and it has to keep pace with it and with utilities, because those are that's what comprises a shortfall: space while you're empty. You can't have one rate of $4 for every building. Can you imagine they have unheated buildings that they put $4 a square foot for shortfall? How much are you paying for utilities in an unheated building? Zero. Taxes are less. Then you get a building that's like some of the ones we've seen today, that's $4. When you're going to use a rent of $8, it can't be that low. So that's just math. Other than that, it goes to the cap rate, and our issues on this are, by the way, I have been in this building a few times. It was originally a manufacturing facility, and they did pipe. I think they did a lot of threading of both the what's the politically correct way? You can't call male and female ends anymore. Tap and die. Sorry, a lot of tap and die on threading of plumbing fixtures, and they were cast somewhere else, and they were fitted in Winnipeg, and I think they're still doing some of that. I was in there 10 years ago, and they were threading it at the time. However, the building is vintage 1958. You go in there, and you can shoot a movie there based on that. It's a vintage. The last 2 times I took an assessor through the building, we resolved the assessment very, very quickly just by an inspection because it was apparent that this is a very dated building. And I don't know why my people don't put in all the pictures I took. I have lots of pictures. Anyway, as far as the cap rate goes, if you looked at a base rate for the best possible building at 6.5, we judged it at 7.5. The reasons, quality and condition, are the main ones. The year built, those are really basically the main issues. It's got a good location, a good land allocation. Essentially, this is kind of I guess we'd probably like to characterize it as the value comes from the land, not the improvement. And so what we have at 2.7 million is about $800,000 an acre, and that's what all the hotel land was selling for in the area. And this is on Century in Wellington. This would be its highest and best use, and our belief would be redevelopment for a potential hotel. And this is how it should be assessed, land value. We did not provide evidence to that effect, but I think yeah, virtually. I think the top sale was 800 a foot. There was some an acre, some down at 700 an acre. Most of the land for hotels has been done and developed already, so that it might not hit that much anymore. That's my presentation.
Okay, questions, Mr. Harlan?
You know what? No, I think I'm good. Thank you. No questions.
Okay, Ms. Duncan,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to 770.
Quickly, I forgot to mention one thing. If you were to grade this as a class, this is a D on investment value. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So 770 Bradford. So Mr. Harlan, you can begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The file number is 24-4206. The roll number is 07560167400. The address is 770 Bradford Street, and the owner is SMS Engineering Limited. 2025 roll year based on reference date April 1st, 2023 is assessed at $2,354,000. If we look into page 1 of my brief, you'll see the actual and effective year built are 1959. It's a 1-story building. Wall heights are 16 feet. Masonry bearing wall construction class is zoned for M2 manufacturing. We have a land area of 53,559 square feet with a plan area 15,550 square feet. This gives us a land to plan area of 3.44. And we have a total leasable area of 15,340 square feet. If you look at page 2 of my brief, we'll see the request for information being received. We have no sales, there are no recent sales, and we have no subject leases in place. Okay, so page 3 of my brief, this is where the subject is located. As indicated, it's on Bradford Street. So you can just get an idea, again, St. James area. St. James Street is just north of it. Page 4 is just another photo from this property on Bradford Street. Page 5 just shows some parcel outlines of the subjects. You can see here at the top, and then the bottom of the page is just more zoomed in. This is a photo, just another photo of the building. You can see here on Bradford. Page 7 is just another photo from the subject facing Bradford Street. And then page 8 is just a rear photo of the subject property here. Okay, page 9 of my brief, this is just some street view photos. So this is a photo from Bradford Street facing the property. And at the bottom of page 9, you can just see another picture of the subject. And then page 10, this is just some further photos of the subject just from different angles, just to show the property in its entirety. Okay, so we turn to page 11 of my brief. You can see here we have, again, total leasable area of 15,340 square feet, applying a rent of $9.47 a square foot. This gives us a potential rent of $145,270. We're allowing 4.5% for vacancy, which then gives us an effective gross income of $138,733. Allowing 3% for expenses, as well as $4 a square foot for shortfall, which gives us net operating income of $131,810. Lastly, we're applying a capitalization rate of 5.6%, and this gives us an estimated value of $2,354,000. Page 12 of my brief, these are my rent comparables here. So you can see some locations. We have a Century Street, King Edward, Watt, King Edward, and Sherwin. So again, in the comparables in the market region. Lease start dates range from January 2020 to January 2023. Lease terms are 1 to 11 years. Leasable areas range from 9,628 square feet to 21,080. Wall heights range from 14 feet to 27 feet. Effective year of builds range from 1962 to 1968. And the rents in place range from $9 a square foot to $11.47 a square foot. Okay, page 13 of my brief, just some cap rate information. As I indicated, we're using a cap rate of 5.60%. So it falls within the city's 20th percentile. And yeah, so yeah, so some of the outside sources there is some support on the lower end. So page 14 of my brief is just some municipal assessment excerpts. Page 15, this is the income expense mailer. It's fully owner occupied, so you can see they just provide the expenses. Page 16, this just clarifies 100% owner occupied. Let's continue on page 17. Page 18, I believe, this is just a site plan. Again, just showing the subject property and how it's situated. And page 19, it's just some photos of the space and just a breakdown of all how the building is situated, so you can see all the space how it's being used. And page 20, 21, 22 are just vacancy reports to support the vacancy rate. So that being said, that concludes my presentation, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Your code on this is warehouse? Is that correct?
Correct. That's how we classify it, correct.
Yeah, and I'm just looking on your overhead picture, page 5 or 6. Where's the loading dock?
And, I believe there is a loading dock in here, so.
Don't worry, I'm being a nuisance. There's no loading dock. There's no trucks there either, are there?
No trucks, no, correct.
This is all cars. This is an office, is it not?
Yeah, I think it's pretty, even from the floor plan, you can see it's being used for primarily office space, correct?
Okay, so converted warehouse to office. Again, now, was valuation done by the model?
This was model derived, correct?
So the last bunch of we've been dealing with these older vintage warehouses, like even the one that we just heard before, which was built in 58. This is built 59. 1 year different, $5.80 for the 58, and for the 1 year newer, it's $9.47. How does that make sense?
Well, the previous property was, about, twice the size too as well, so that would have some variation, I believe. So.
You were kind of evasive when I asked you the question before about economy of scale. It wasn't that much, so now it makes sense.
I'm not sure what question we're talking about there, but
well, we're talking about the border one. Okay. This is substantially higher than anything else we've heard today, right?
In terms of rent, it's the high, I think, the highest one, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And and are you calling this within your classification? Your cap rates again would be looking for your table. There we go. This is industrial A, B, one size fits all.
Yes, in terms of the outside from the city's 28%, yes.
Okay. Any inspections lately?
I've not physically been in the building.
I think. Sorry, I think that was all I was going to ask you. Yes, it is. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Duncan.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, this is a converted industrial building for office use, and it's an engineering firm. They do some testing in there as well. They have a portion of the area devoted to I don't know what's the right terminology, bench testing of items for engineering. So there is working space in here as well. I think that the rent is a little bit unfair. That's not, I've been in the building, and although I cannot offer an opinion of value at this point, because I'm not doing an appraisal, but to me it seems awfully similar to what we just saw on Border Street with the First Nations office in an old building, and I think we should change this rent upwards to match that one at $8 a square foot. And I'm doing that, and it changes our NOI upwards to I told you I'm struggling with my new stupid Windows 11 today, and I can't find anything I want to find. It changes our NOI upwards to 104,658. And of note, of course, that the shortfall is much higher. Being an office, their taxes are $3 a foot by themselves. So that's not in industrial. This is a day of having the wrong code on the valuation on all of these properties, but so be it. And as far as the cap rate is concerned, this is a miscellaneous office, class D, below class D, because it's a converted warehouse. It's working space. I'm not changing the cap rate. And if you look at our Collier's suburban rent caps, 6.5 to 7.5, I'm just putting it at the top of the range. And the issues why are fairly clear. It's a question of the year built, the quality and condition, and the other factors. So the value is 1,395,444, 1,395,444, rounded to 1,395,000. Point out that this property has never been appealed, as far as we know. They had approached us at the end of the cycle last year, and they had missed the deadline, and so it's never been reviewed, and it's unfortunate. But the number we're using is it's $90 a square foot for a warehouse converted to office, and that's what you're going to probably be seeing in the market. That's my presentation.
Any questions, Mr. Harlan?
You know what? I think just be a definite no. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre,
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Duncan?
Yeah, just page 7 in the pictures, is that a loading dock with just 2 doors? Maybe a little bit low, but
Oh, he did put pictures in. Okay, yeah. I was just looking through the file. Yeah, like for example, I told you that there's a testing area. There's on page 5. What was the file room? Page 7. Oh, that's a covered area. That doesn't count as rentable space, but that was the old loading dock. So that opened up onto page 5. Top of page 5, there's an 8-foot overhead door. So that's the other side of that. We see this from time to time. The assessor sometimes gets these canopies into a floor area. I don't think that's the case this time, though.
so that couldn't be used as a loading dock anymore?
Yeah, it could. You could convert it back. You could spend some money, knock down the interior renovations, and use the dock. Yes.
Okay, no other questions.
Okay, did I ask you, Mr. McIntyre, for questions? Oh, yes, I did, yeah. Okay, I got a good memory, just short. I have no questions, but before we do our last property, we'll take just a short 5-minute break till 1:30. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. We'll now proceed to our last property, 1577 Dublin Avenue. So you can begin, Mr. Harlan.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. The file number is 24-3894. The roll number is 13001080400. The address is 1577 Dublin Avenue. The owner is Field Street Properties Limited. The 2025 roll year, based on a reference date of April 1st, 2023, is assessed at $10,900,000. Look on page 1 of my brief in the prop description. We'll see there is 3 buildings on here. There are total 8 premises. It's a 1-story building. The actual and effective year builds range from 1974 to 1975, with an overall effective year built of 1975. Wall heights are 19 to 24 feet. Masonry bearing wall construction class and zone for M3 manufacturing heavy. We have a land area of 185,158 square feet with a plan area of 79,080 square feet, which then gives us a land to plan area of 2.34. And lastly, we have a total leasable area of 79,073 square feet. Okay, so if we look at the prop description information, we'll see here requests for income information have been received. There are no recent sales. Last time the property sold was in 2008, as you can see. And the leases in place are on page 12 here. You can see some of the leases in place. Again, some of these, so these are the leases in place that we have on file. So page 3 of my brief for the subject property is located. So as indicated, it's on Dublin Avenue. So just you can see here where it's situated. St. James will be just to the right or west of here. So again, page 4 here is the further photo of the subject, so you can see where it's located. Page 5, this is the parcel outline of the subject you can see here. Okay, page 6 of my brief, you'll see you get an idea of the subject here, parcel outline, and then just a closer image of it. So you can see here it's essentially a multi-tenanted building. You can see some further photos here from the subject on page 7 here. So this is from facing the subject on Dublin, and then this is the rear of the building. You can see where St. James corners. Just some further photos. This is a photo on off of Field Street on page 8. And then page 9 is just a further photo facing St. James. And then lastly on page 9, we just have some street photos. So this is facing on Dublin Avenue. And this is on Field Street, just showing the building. So just showing all the different sides of the building. So you can see here it's multi-tenanted. And then pages 11 is just some further photos of the subject from the street view, just to get an idea of the building facing St. James. Okay, so we do have 2 income streams on this property. So the first one here, we have an office income stream here. So as you can see, we have a total leasable area of 44,000 square feet with the 2 premises. The 2 rents in place are model rents. We have a total blended rent of $11.59, which gives us a potential rent of $510,020. We're allowing 6% for vacancy, which then gives us an effective gross income of $479,419. We're allowing 3% for non-rental expenses, as well as $8 a square foot of shortfall, which gives us a net operating income of $443,916. And then lastly, we're applying a cap rate of 7.05% for this space, which gives us the estimated value of $6,297,000. Turn to page 13 of my brief, some rent comparables here. So you can see these are other office space buildings. So we have McGee, Pembina, Sherbrooke, Pembina, Waverly, and Wilson. Lease date, there's dates range from August 2018 to July 2022, 2 to 7 year lease terms. Lease layers range from 11,000 square feet to 24,825. Wall heights range from 9 to 22 feet. Effective year built from 1968 to 2011. And the rent in place range from $14 a square foot to $17.37. So those are the rent comparables for the office space. Okay, so now turning to page 14, this is the second income stream for the flex warehouse space. So we have, as you can see here, 1, 2, 3, 6 premises here. So the lease layers range here from 3,680 square feet to 11,040. Rents in place range from $7.84 to $8.70. This gives us a potential an overall blended rent of $8.27 a square foot, which gives us a potential rent of $290,026. 4% for allowing 4% for vacancy, which gives us an effective gross income of $276,975. We have expense ratio of 3%, and are allowing 3% for expenses and $4.00 for a shortfall, which gives us a net operating income of $262,353. And we're applying a cap of 5.7%, which then gives us the estimated value of $4,603,000. Page 15, my brief, is just the rent comparables for these the space. So we can see that these comparables are all in the same areas of subject. They range from February 2020 to December 2022, 2 to 5 year lease terms, 2,123 square feet to 12,061, 11 feet, 21 feet wall heights, 1958 to 1990 50-year belts. And the rents range from 718 square foot to 1025. Okay, so that's the secondary income stream. So page 16 of my brief, you can just look at a breakdown here. So see the summary of both of the income streams. The potential rent we're assessing here at 800,046. Vacancy loss total 3%. You can see the overall cap rate we're applying here, and then the estimated market value of the 10,090,000. So this is the breakdown of the entire building. You can see here. Page 17 of my brief, just cap rate information as I indicated, applying 7.05 for the office space, which I believe falls within the range of the 28th percentile on the outside sources. And then we're applying a 5.70 cap rate for the other portioning. As I indicated though, on the page 16 though, we're using a blended cap rate of, I guess you could say 6.48%. So overall, so. Page 18 is just a municipal assessment act reserve information. Turning to page 19 of my brief, this is the actual income profit loss. So you can see the rental income that they're generating. We're actually pretty bang on to the actual income. They've indicated they're generating $782,000 of rental income. We're at 800,000, so we're pretty close. Page 20 is just some further information or further breakups. Page 21 is just the rent roll in place. This is going to page 21, 2022. And then page 23, I've just shown a floor plan just of the building. As indicated, it's 3 essentially buildings. So this is kind of how it's broken up. They are connected, but this is kind of how it's situated. And then page 24, it just shows some of the spaces just kind of broken down, some of the leases that we have on file. Again, this is a bit older, I think. So some of these spaces are maybe different. And then page 25 and 26, 27 are just some vacancy report information. So that being said, that concludes the presentation. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld? You're muted.
So you were saying, you were talking about the mailer page 19. You said your income was similar?
The potential rent or the rental income, maybe they're in 782,138, and we're at 800,000 overall for both if you combine them. Yeah. So.
Right. Okay. I thought you said that. And you're at 800 and you're saying that they are at 782. Now, just so we understand what we're looking at, you presented their rent roll as of April 21st, 23, which is post-reference, correct?
It says profit loss here. It says January.
No, not the profit loss. Rent roll page.
Oh yeah, I'm not speaking to that. I'm just talking about the project, just the page 19. Yes, but yes, I understand that is the case.
Okay. So, but what I'm getting, I think we can rely on this for what I'm going to ask you. As you said, 782 versus 800. Now, on page 21, the first entry is the province of Manitoba, correct?
Correct.
And the annual rent is $13 listed there. You see that?
That would be correct. Yeah.
The operation charges are $482 a square foot. You see that?
I do see that. Yes.
Now everybody else in the building is at $674 or around there. Doesn't that indicate to you the province of Manitoba is on a semi-gross rent?
Like I said, I haven't really had the chance to really dive into the mailer, but yes, I mean, I'm mindful of that. Yes, they're
yeah. Okay, I just because I know what you were saying wasn't quite there because the province is semi-gross. So that the 782 that you referenced earlier is not a net rent. It's a mix of net and gross, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we're not on the same page. That's all. And you also have characterized the provincial site as being an office. Do you know what goes on in this space?
That's the Natural Resources Department, I believe.
It's education now, I believe.
Oh, is it? Okay, so it's changed then. Okay.
Now, are there loading docks on this for this site?
As far as I know from the photos, there's not like a typical loading, like a loading bay or anything like that. Like
you don't have an angle on it because all of them are if you're using the Google thing, it doesn't, the satellite doesn't show the back of that space. For example, page
I can see it
9.
now, actually. Yeah, I can see there's a couple of loading bays in the, I guess.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So there are a couple of loading bays. You ever been in there?
I've been I think I've been in one of these, but it's been a long time. So I'll be honest, I can't really remember very well, unfortunately. So.
Okay, so I'm just wondering why it went office. I mean, it's essentially it is part office, but it's a textbook storage as well. Um, would your value have changed if you had coded it that way? Or
You know,
not you,
yeah.
but the model people.
I can't say for certain. I don't want to, make up things up. I'm not sure. So yeah.
Well, in this particular case, the model put a rent on the larger space at $11 and $12. And then for the smaller spaces, which were coded as being the warehouse, between $7 and $8 for smaller space. So I'm just asking you, do you think reasonably, if the provincial space had been done that way, perhaps part office, but definitely part warehouse, we would have seen a different model number?
Possible there could be some variations in the rate. Yeah. So I'm not going to say for certain, but yeah.
Okay. And at the end of the day, when you take two separate revenue streams and you average them together, does the market do that? Or is this just specific to a mass appraisal technique?
Well, this is how we've appraised it, I guess. Yeah. So.
It's a mass appraisal technique.
Yeah, correctly.
Okay. And you had mentioned about the statement. Now, did you note on the statement what their actual earnings were? And without, we can debate what constitutes a non-recoverable and what doesn't constitute a non-recoverable. But I'm looking at, depending on how you'd like to classify this, NOI of 680 or as low as 580, and your NOI is 706. So there's a bit of difference there.
Yeah, there's a difference. Yeah.
Okay. Those are my only questions. Thanks.
Okay, questions, Ms. Duncan,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. McIntyre?
I have no questions, thank you.
All right. I worked in this building for 25 years,
Oh, no.
and it was the Manitoba Water Resources branch up until 1998. And nothing arises of that. It was 100%, at least the government part was 100% office at the time. And I don't know what it is now. And an interesting aside that nothing hinges on, it had an airplane crash into it in 1987.
Oh wow, that's pretty
Came
crazy.
through the roof. Had the groundwater geologist trapped underneath the aircraft, having aviation gas dripping on him until the fire department could get him out.
Oh.
So
Wow.
anyhow, other
So
than
then it was
an
renovated.
interesting story that nothing hinges on it. So
Oh,
go
just
ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
Just a second. Was that reported to Environment Manitoba for the gas leak? Place contaminated?
I hate saying it, but that happened the Friday before the long weekend in August. And the only reason there wasn't a big boom because it was a very humid day. And I would say the administrative officer distinguished himself by saving the paychecks. So that's good. And they sent us back to work the following Tuesday without having done an inspection on the building to see if there's any structural damage. So anyhow, go ahead, Mr. Neufeld.
Well, I was in there after that, and there is textbook storage in the building, and there is office space in the building, and they do use their loading docks. So I think it should have been not deemed to be strictly an office, on that basis. However, and I guess it's easy to knock some walls down to put some books in. Now, the value that was done here, I've been just trying to read it and understand it, but I don't feel like changing it because the differences are not impertinent. After applying a vacancy rate and the other deductions, the NOI is 623,000. And when one looks at the statements, and maybe this goes down to what people's interpretation of what an expense is. However you want to look at it, on page 4, the NOI is exactly as I had just characterized in the question to the assessor. It could be as low as just putting the mortgage interest back in. That would make it $571,000. Or if you took all the non-operating costs, which of course you can't take all of them, but perhaps 300,000 of them, then it's 643,000, and that's with a little bit of vacancy. So that's with 2% vacancy. So 2% vacancy drives you to, at the high end, about 600 and approximately $640,000. And we have applied $623,000 with a 4% vacancy. I believe the math works out and satisfies anybody's argument about whether we're including non-recoverables or not including non-recoverables, and at what rate, and what a potential vacancy could be, and what the potential rent is. Now, the truth of the matter is all Manitoba government leases are semi-gross, and they do not pay certain operating cost recoveries, and they're interesting what they will not pay for. One, I don't know if most people realize, is elevators. They refuse to pay for elevators costs. So I don't know if that means they always have to get the ground floor to rent, or they don't use them. But I think that the thinking is well, that's part of the building. That's not part of the upkeep. And they don't pay for any mechanical work for the same reason. So it becomes a higher non-recoverable. So in this case, these non-recoverables are 100% pertinent because it's the government's decision. Now, as a result, though, what the property, every time you're negotiating a lease with the provincial government, you take it into account. They are upfront with us. They tell us we're not paying for it. And we say, well, I guess we'll have to hit you with a bit higher base rent. They said, that's fine. Okay, so why are they paying 13 but only 482 recovery? And that's the reason why. The federal government has not as many restrictions on some areas, but some weird ones on theirs. But and that's the case with dealing with government. They have mandated by their Treasury Board or their department, in Manitoba's case, Transportation and Government Services, and that's the market adapts to it. So the number on the NOI is, I'm thinking now, I'm looking at, is actually very, very accurate. It's probably, if you've done a thorough workup on it and did all the appropriate adjustments, you'd come to a very close number. So then the other issue is the cap rate, and I will change that because I would certainly not be as pessimistic about this building than many. The government has been there, as we've just been informed by some testimony, a long time, but we all knew about that. So, and you have to admit that if the building works for them, now their vacancy problems have been on their commercial units on the side, and their lack of ability to attract a lot of top end users. I think Dave's Quick Print was a long time user, but Um, they're gone. Oh, okay. So what I just want before I see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think that this is a better investment risk. It still falls into the class B, and I would put it in the midpoint, not the high point at 7%. And that number is 8,000,000 911,214
What rate are you applying?
7%.
7%?
Yeah.
Okay.
So rounded at 8,911,000, and the 911 is in memorial to the plane crash.
It was a
Sorry.
Beechcraft.
Oh, right, really, a twin?
Yeah,
Yeah.
heading up north to one of the reserves in the north.
I'm just trying to think how it would have hit there. Were they coming back or taking off?
Yeah, lost an engine on takeoff and was circling to get back to the airport and didn't make it.
They never do. I was an air traffic controller. Yeah, that's always the mistake. Try to make it back. Um, okay, 8911. And that's based on the actual NOI and a cap rate that's commensurate with its interest in the market. I mean, generally, a government lease is a good thing. I think that the other parts of it have given them vacancy issues, and they're not really strong tenancies in there. That's my presentation.
Okay, questions, Mr. Harling?
Just a question. Can you just give me a breakdown? How did you come up with your potential rent at the 727,372?
Yeah, you got me there, eh? Because I was working backwards because I know it's to be a gross number. What I was doing is, if you look at my page page 4,
Mhm.
I've been looking at their claim of NOI at 343,901, and I added back in mortgage at 228, 538, and then I was looking up and down the other ones. The rest of these are all pure expenses. If there's going to be a debate on landlords' work and leasing fees, let's just say I don't want to argue about it today. So that's 59,980. And my number on that is an NOI with 2% vacancy at 632,419.
No, I'm not so much sorry, not much the net income. Okay, so you've seen here NOI here. Because I guess maybe you're something I'm just not seeing here. So on your page 4, the actual just the potential rent, it's 782.
Yeah, but that's a gross, right? So you have
True.
to take out. So the another way of looking at it is looking at the government lease and their shortfall on collections. They have 44,000 feet. You could potentially take 44,000 times the difference on the shortfall on collection. So that's if you take, most of these are about 670 a foot, and they're paying 482, so it's about $1.80, 85. We'll call it $1.80 to be safe. $1.08. That's an adjustment of 79,000 from the 782. That's another way of looking at it. That comes up with a lower potential rent. So and then 79.2 minus 782 gets you. That's a potential rent of about 693,000. I suppose the problem with that is that we have a variable camera recoveries for the entire space. So the base number could be 646, and somebody's paying more, and there's a $7 rate. and the average is 568. So like I said, that's the second way of doing it, is just trying to adjust for the cam shortage.
It's not very clean here, so it's kind of hard to really figure this out yet.
No, and you know that I don't disagree with you. I think that working um, on trying to take the rent roll and turning it into a net roll is going to require a lot of assumptions and stuff we don't know. But if you go to the end of the story and work your way backwards, which is what we did, it's reflects how the way the markets would look at the income coming off it. Like you're not going to walk into a meeting with investors and say, well, here's the rent roll. We think it's this and this and that. They're gonna look at the same way I just did. Is they're gonna look at the bottom line, the last number, 343, and then they're gonna add back in the costs that they don't think are appropriate. They would just put the mortgage interest back in, and then we have this debate in Manitoba about leasing fees and landlords work. Well, we deferred closer to what the city wants than what I think is right, because we'd like to resolve this today, and that's and I was sitting working out the numbers. I thought 623 as an NOI, very reflective of their actual. And the reason it's a bit lower than I had indicated when I did my addition is because we used a 4.5% vacancy, and they only had a 2% vacancy for the year.
Okay, so and you're using, oh, I see what you're saying, you're using 4. Okay, yeah, you know what? There's some further things I'm curious about, but you know what? I'll just leave it at that. Thanks anyway. Yeah, thank you. So.
Okay, Mr. McIntyre, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Ms. Duncan.
To understand correctly, so their actual NOI is 683,225 and yours is 623,783.
Sorry, no, what was that number? 683?
Yeah, like, am I reading this right on here? 225?
Oh, I was applying. No, I was applying the HVAC, pest control management fee, general building, and the vacancy expenses in my NOI. When I did that, I think the number 632. I was taking 343901, adding the 228, 638 back in, and then because I didn't feel like arguing, adding in 37,900, which is the landlord's work, and then leasing fees 22,000 added back in. Yeah, I got 632,439 on a. And then when I mentioned that the vacancy is, I got. Oh, that was a higher vacancy. It was at 4%. Okay, so 632. And we had used 623, and we're gonna leave it at 623 because you gotta have, well, the vacancy is, what's that percentage? 29,808. Oh, it's 3.81. So that accounts for changing the vacancy, actual vacancy, from 3.8 to 4.5. I think the numbers are very the 623 is a very good indication of how one would read that statement.
Okay, good. Thank you. No other question.
Okay, and I have no questions. So, Brent, did I ask you for questions?
I think you did, Neil.
Yeah, okay. All
No
right.
questions.
I was lost in thought. All right. Thank you very much. We've now heard all properties on today's agenda, and this hearing is now adjourned.
15-second summary, because I feel like repeating something.
Okay.
I don't want to cause too much pain. We mostly, this is about cap rates today, and again, one size does not fit all. there are so many different grades of industrial properties. The ones we've heard today aren't good ones. I mean, the best on the whole batch was the 1435 St. James, and the rest would never ever be considered in the same breath as investment properties because they either have problems of condition or vacancy or change in use. And the concept of a cap rate is to replicate the market, not support what a model says. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Harlan, do you want any summation?
I think it's best I just leave it at that, so.
Okay. All right, thank you. We've now heard all the items on today's agenda, and this hearing is now adjourned. So thank you very much for your presentations.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody need a quick break before we start?